got the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Every fucking time. Hi. My microphone should be working right now, but it's hooked up to the Donner jack, whereas I want to use my NVIDIA broadcast because my NVIDIA broadcast has an audio thing on it. So it has a filter. It has a freaking filter. That should allow the audio to be better. That way you don't have to hear my weird mouth sounds. So I just started up NVIDIA broadcast. Let me see if it works now. Fucking pain in my ass. Okay, you guys are just stuck listening to my fucking beautiful mouth sounds for now. Connor, change shirts, lol. Nope. I debated. I took psychic damage last night. I went to bed for 6 hours, and then I woke up. I took my kids to school, and now I'm here to suffer with you. When I'm done at 2:30 p.m., I will shower, and I will change clothes. But no, this is the vibe I'm in. The vibe I'm in is we must suffer. That's the vibe I'm in right now. So no, we will suffer together. Audio is set to Donner mic jack, the one that I want it to be. Okay, now it appears to be working. Let me shift back to it. Now can you hear me? Okay, now it should be butter smooth. If you get mic cracks after this, please tell me. And we'll take it from there. Yeah. So no audio, muted. I think I fixed it now. Gen X says, but good morning, your bait was cancer. Oh, yeah, I got cancer last night for sure. I got ass cancer last night. Gen X's sound fixed. Jonah, no, I can hear him better. Connor, change shirts. No, I'm going to suffer. Jesus, you're using NVIDIA filters? Yeah, aren't you supposed to? Third reporting in. Hi, conservative liberalism. Good to see you. Randy says, good morning, nerds. True. Turi Guiano says, fourth like. Thank you. Morning debate, or good morning. Debate last night was cancer. I agree. Jonah Zillow says, I woke up with my throat feeling like it's on fire. I think Nurgle finally got a hold of me. Yep. That's where I'm at. Yeah. Christian Blair says, I watched 5 minutes of that debate and then went to bed early. Well, basically imagine that, imagine every argument that you've gotten on Twitter from a TikTok leftist. Now imagine it coming out of Grace Thorpe and Ben Thorpe's mouth. And then imagine that whenever you try to explain something to them, or whenever you do explain something to them, or whenever you make a point, they just go, oh, Zio shill. Oh, and boom, there's the debate. That was the whole debate. The whole debate was, here's Israeli history. Here's the history of Israel in the modern century. Here's why we're tied to Israel. And they're like, well, why? Why? It hurt me. It hurt me psychically. Randy says, everything I click, I feel as though I'm powering some sort of YouTube crypto gerbil wheel. I mean, that's what you're doing. Are you winning, son? No, I'm hurting. Why are they like that? They couldn't pull off a better bit, says Kay. Well, I think that I don't think Grace and I'm sure they have personalities underneath it all, but I'm pretty sure that what they're realistically doing is they're doing whatever they think is popular. Whatever is popular with the demographic that they think they're trying to pursue, I think that's what they're doing. So, Jack Darko says repo plugins are free and can be hooked into OBS and are really good. Plus, you won't have to run an extra program and might be able to get some better performance. Yeah, but I'm running on StreamYard. I'm not running on OBS, or at least not this. Genex says, okay, Legal Mindset says stress got to him and he went to 2 doctors. So now I know for certain it was a meth binge stream. Well, dude, correct me if I'm wrong. Legal Mindset and that guy on Twitter who's kind of fat, who's a lawyer, but he's also on 4chan all the time. And he's like 40 and he has gray hair, which is crazy to me. I couldn't have a JD and be 40 with silver hair and spend my time on 4chan. I'd rather smash my testicles with a hammer. But anyways, that guy and Legal Mindset, what I've heard, and I'm not saying it's correct, is that they're just like, oh yeah, Steven's fucked. His court case is going down. You know, he's gonna get sued for bajillion dollars and he's going to jail. And then it's not just borne out by what's happening. It's just not their projections are not correlating with reality. Jack Darko says, but StreamYard is going to try to cook your CPU no matter what. Haha. Well, listen, man, I'm just trying to turn on the hardware, turn on the software, and make a stream. That's all I'm trying to do. Optimization is somebody else's job. I despise Ben Thorpe as a person, but was willing to see if the combo had substance. Sad that it sounded like it didn't. Nah, I mean, we talked about the issue, you know, in their defense, as fucking annoyed as I am. We did talk about the topic, which is why we should support the state of Israel. But they just have the same fucking boilerplate isolationist bullshit. Like, it's not our problem. They take our money. They do things that are contrary to the American interest. And then we're like, well, here's all these things that are parallel to the American interest. And they're like, yeah, it's not worth it. That's like the whole conversation. Gen X is LawTube, Sean. Gotcha. Kiwi Farms, potentially criminal. There you go. Yeah. Rip. I thought you ran it through OBS StreamYard for some reason. Nope, not yet. Gen X says they're clowns. You obviously didn't see LM's recent video where he said we should enslave trans Tifa in shock collars, and they flew to Thailand to stalk him. He was so spun out on drugs. Yeesh. That's a little rough. CD Democrat says read a book. Dude, like, listen, that might be like a lame banter on my end, and it was lame when he brought it back or whatever. But at the same time, it's like, every single talking point that he and Grace said, I could have gotten off of Twitter. Like every single one of them was effectively an anti-Palestinian. Let's be real, majority left-wing, but still some right-wing people. I could have just gone to a left-wing anti-Palestinian, pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel fucking profile, and I could have just read talking point. It was like, Israel's a racist settler colonial project. The Hannibal Doctrine. Jews are Jewish supremacists. It was just endless fucking talking points. Karen Mosley says, Connor, why the heck were you debating schizos? Welcome to Twitch and YouTube politics, bro. What kind of question is that? That we watch schizophrenics every single day. What are you talking about, Cameron? What are you talking about, Cameron? All we do is we wake up and we take psychic damage from schizos. Are you new? I know you're not new. It's what we do here. We wake up. We take psychic damage. We go to bed. We wake up. We take psychic damage. We go to bed. We wake up. We take psychic damage. We go to bed. It's what we do. Short says, maybe I'm being a bit soy, but I'm deeply suspicious of any white guy who lives in Thailand. I mean, you should be. Oh no, Jack Darko just owned me. B. Connor thinks browsing 4chan is torture, debates the Thorpes about Israel instead. Yeah, that's my fault. That's my fault. Conservatism says LawTube is full of lawyers cosplaying as cheerleaders, leading packs of arslers, grifting as a business model for sure. Hurts me. It hurts my feelings. Jonah Zilla says the way they would straw man and intentionally take a misspeak as an argument and run with it was so annoying. Dude, That would be like one thing where let's say, and by the way, I don't even know if I said it, but let's assume that I said it. Let's assume that I said the United States took on a position of trying to defeat communism during World War II. If you're like, oh, Connor, you think we were fighting communism during World War II? And I go, wait, hold up. If I said that, I was wrong. What I mean is after World War II, for the entirety of the 20th century, pretty much since 46 to 89, it was the American position to fight communism tooth and nail across the entire globe. What's your problem with that? And then they're like, oh, this guy thinks that we fought communism in World War II. It's like, fuck you. You know, at some point, it's like, fuck you. A misspeak isn't an argument. A misspeak is something that's corrected, and then you should deal with the correction, not with the original fucking statement, if the original statement was a misspeak. So fucking annoying. And then to bring it up 2 or 3 times afterwards, that's fucking annoying as shit. Deal with the correction if you're actually talking about the ideas. Karen Mosley says, no, like, why the fuck are you debating them? The hell, he admittedly, I just woke up. Well, Modern Day Debate just said, hey, do you want to get back in the debate scene? And I was like, yeah. And then he's like, hey, do you want to debate Israel on Sunday? And I was like, yeah. And then he was like, hey, it's with the Thorpes. And I was like, all right. Jack Darko says, isn't Legal Mindset the dude who runs a service to help passport bros expedite their sex tourism? No idea. No idea. Gen X says, yes, Jack, it is. He schizoed out on a now taken down stream worse than Rakita 2 years ago. Brutal. Fashion 40 says, I felt the same way. The Thorpes aren't worth it at all. Good on you for helping other creators. But yeah, listen. Yeah. Listen, man, I haven't researched the incest memes, so I don't want to, I don't want to jump too far into the incest memes, especially if they're not true. But I've seen clips of them leaning into it, which I think is stupid and cringe at minimum. And then, what's another schizo debater? What's another schizo debater? There's plenty of schizo debaters. So what is happening to MDD? They had Lev on against Cooley on Friday. Well, I mean, that Jack Darko, that was going to be the content that I was going to cover, unless you guys got something else, because there's a panel of like women and accountability, and I think it had Lavloon and Erudite, and I guess Cooley and somebody else. So I was going to do that. I'm just going to tell you, the psychic barrier in the front of my head, it's not going to be able to withstand the warp storm that is that debate. So if you guys had something more high IQ and wholesome, but was still good content with fiery participants, I would be happy to do it. But right now, I'm hurting. Don't help Thorpe ever again, says Gen X. Listen, man. If somebody says, hey, you want to debate, and then they have a opponent that I don't like, I'm not going to back out just because I don't like the opponent. That's not happening. Uriel says you got CTE. You're not the only one. All right. Anyways, fuck it. You guys, Jim Baker says we want Lab versus Erudite. All right. Well, we'll do it then. We'll do it. Oh. Lav, Erudite, modern day debate. Accountability for women. And for the thumbnail, they went with Lavloon and Fugazi. I thought Erudite was on here. Is Erudite not on here? I thought Erudite was on here. Oh, was Erudite reviewing it? I don't know if I can do Lab versus Fugazi. I don't know if I can do that. Should I look up just Erudite content and see if she's got anything? I didn't know. I thought it was Erudite on the panel. I didn't know it was. Well, fuck it. I guess we're doing the Christian panel unless somebody else has something. I'm not gonna lie, I am hurting. I am hurting from last night. All right. I'm gonna pull up the Christian panel while we figure out what the other content is. Yeah, I don't want to review a review. That sucks. Did I review Shoe on Head Smut Book review? No. I think I'd rather take a fucking I think I'd rather give myself a ice pick lobotomy. Apparently the debate got scrapped. That sucks. They replaced Erudite with somebody else. That sucks. Why? She was not. She was supposed to be, and they mixed up the schedule. Erudite covered part of it. Yeah, pass. Did you review Shoe on Head Smut review book? No. Jubilee, yes. Erudite has a review of that review. That's too much. Hungover from Thorpe sounds legit. That's where I'm at. Reviewception, no. The video is something about female gooners. Pass. My YouTube feed has a bunch of no king stuff, but probably nothing juicy. Okay. Hutch says, went to a concert last night and jumped around in the pit. My 40-year-old lady is reminding me why that's not okay anymore. True. What's your view on the TwitchCon fiasco? I don't know. Don't physically harass small Asian women. I mean, is that a hot take? Is that a hot take? Conservative Christian versus liberal Christian Jubilee debate. And then I'll put a question mark. And then if you guys if you figure out something that's hot, tell me and I'll add it. But I'm just going to do an intro and get into the content because I'm fucking hurting. Jack Darko says, I have a 90-minute video full of misinformation about gayness in Rome. More of whether or not the Twitch reaction should have been harsher. Yeah, sure. If you physically touch somebody that's not supposed to be touched, then yeah, at minimum you should be doing a police report, if not a prosecution. AK Batasui says, I missed the debate, but it looked painful. Yeah, it hurt. It hurt. I'm hurting right now. But anyways, fuck it. The content must flow. The spice must flow. So let's go ahead and get the audio added. Let me know if Jubilee takes it down for copyright. I'm just going to leave it in this size and see if that's enough for us to keep it. And we'll do a breakdown. And then we'll move into other content later on. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican with real Republican values from about a decade ago, which is kind of sad to say. Today, I got something special for you. I got a debate between a conservative Christian and some liberal Christians. It was on Jubilee. It was highly rated. Lots of people basically said that they liked it. So I want to take a look. We'll be pausing intermittently and breaking it down. Let's go.
That gay people are supposed to be celibate.
I think that we are all called to deny what the Bible calls sin.
I don't believe it's a sin to be gay.
The Bible does
That
condone
does not
slavery.
mean that
Paul told
I
slaves
agree
to obey-
with instituting slavery.
You are very good at this. You should keep moving the goalposts, okay?
How am I moving the
The
goalposts? We're
claim
still
you
talking about
made was
slavery.
that the Bible
I
does
have
not
allowed you to go
condone
around
slavery.
and around about slavery.
I'm not gonna let it go.
What we're suffering from right now on the right and on the left is a massive lack of empathy for each other. We're being fed algorithms that show each other these crazy versions of the other side, and we don't look each other in the eyes and feel for one another.
Hi, I'm Allie Beth Stuckey. I'm the host of the podcast Relatable, and I'm author of the book Toxic Empathy: How Progressives Exploit Christian Compassion, and I'm surrounded by 20 liberal Christians. My first claim is the Bible says marriage is only between one man and one woman.
Yay.
You got it.
I got
Good
it.
job.
Wouldn't I hope she has a scriptural reference. That's where I'll start. But even then, we have to. Oh my God, give me a second. I should draw something, but I'll draw something while they talk.
Okay, so I am an independent. but on this issue, I do lean liberal.
Yes.
So I don't disagree with you that
Okay.
the Bible doesn't show same-sex couples in a marriage, that it's just not there.
Yes.
My view is that it's because it wasn't going on culturally at the time.
Okay.
And I do understand, that Jesus talks about in the beginning, right? Like God made them male and female.
Yes.
And there is a lot of Old Testament examples of marriage that aren't always just one man, one woman. But I do understand what you're saying. My question to you, Allie, is do you think that it's okay if we preserve those principles that are in a marriage between one man and one woman to same-sex couples, considering that they are honoring each other, for following 1 Corinthians 13, right? That they honor each other as themselves, especially if the man is authentically gay like me and has no attractions to women. What do I do with that?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
if I can find a partner in a monogamous covenantal marriage and be with them even abstinent until marriage, okay, giving all of those things, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, so what we see in scripture is that it's not actually cultural how God defines marriage. We go all the way back to the very first chapter of the first book of the Bible, and we read in Genesis 1:27 that God made us male and female. Male and female, he created us. In his image, he created us. So the definition of marriage is not only rooted in creation, reiterated throughout scripture, like honor your father and mother, repeated by Jesus, Matthew 19:4-5. But here's an important point. Why what you're saying can't be supported by scripture.
Matthew 19:4-5. So I know there's Old Testament prohibitions against homosexuality, but it's oftentimes in reference to like sodomy and promiscuity and all that kind of stuff. The other part that homosexuality is banned in is Paul or Saul of Tarsus. So I kind of want to know what did she say? Matthew, what was it? Don't worry, I'll have a drawing for why we shouldn't give a fuck anyways, but give me a second.
Scripture, because in its out scripture, like honor your father and mother, repeated by Jesus, Matthew 19:4-5. But here
Matthew 19:4-5. Where is my Google? Matthew 19:4-5. Haven't you read that at the beginning the Creator made them male and female and said, for this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and will be united with his wife, and the two shall become one flesh? Why then did Moses command that a man give his wife a certificate of divorce and send her away? Jesus replied, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning. I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another woman commits adultery. Okay, so Jesus was just like hardcore into monogamous sex. I don't think this is a prohibition against homosexuality. Now, if we go into Old Testament homosexuality verses, the primary Old Testament verses interpreted as prohibiting homosexual acts are in Leviticus 18:22. You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. And Leviticus 20:13. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall be put to death. Other passages such as Genesis 19, Sodom and Gomorrah, and Judges 19, the Levite's concubine, are often cited, though many scholars argue that these stories are about sexual violence and the violation of male honor rather than committed consensual same-sex relationships. Okay, so we got two Leviticus verses about homosexuality, and then New Testament homosexuality verses. The New Testament, often cited in discussions of homosexuality, include Romans 1:26 and 27, which, by the way, was done by Paul, which condemns dishonorable passions and unnatural relations between women, and 1 Corinthians 6:9-10, which lists certain sexual behaviors that are not to inherit the kingdom of God. Some interpretations of Jesus' command on eunuchs in Matthew 19:12 are also offered as potentially relating to homosexuality, though this is not a whatever. Corinthians, this verse sometimes translated to list very strict people who will not inherit. That's the one that I'm most interested in. Or do you not know that wrongdoers will not then inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who have sex with men, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor slanderers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. Okay, so what you have to do, and this is part of the reason why I'm not a literalist, man. I'm not kidding. This is part of the reason why I'm not a literalist. Is, let's get a straight line. Get it straight. But let's move this over here. Move this over here. Move this over here. Move this over here. Okay, so if you would please consult your screens. This is why I'm not a literalist, okay? It's because what we're talking about when we're talking about scripture, what we're talking about when we're talking about, God, is that I brought this up before. I am a deist in that I think that creation is real, in that, the world exists. I think that in reference to the world existing, there are laws of order and there are laws of chaos. I think that effectively human beings typically thrive when they follow the laws of order, and they suffer when they follow the laws of chaos. And so I think that it's good for humanity to observe creation, to figure out what they think to be moral observation in line with the way that human beings are quote unquote supposed to live through consequence, and for them to codify those things in scripture, quote unquote. But the problem is that man is flawed. That's one of the problems. So the prophets, and I would include Jesus, although I'm sure plenty of Christians would not include Jesus, is that they are flawed observers of natural reality. They are flawed observers of morality. They are flawed observers of the world. And so when they have divine inspiration and they write stuff down into scripture, we are observing their observation of naturalism, morality, existence, all that kind of crap. And so the scripture itself is a book that is colored and flawed by the interpretations of humans. And then what I would say is that is further polluted and diluted through the people who are meant to observe these laws. And so it's kind of like a game of telephone. It's like moral telephone. And so for me, I would always be skeptical and quizzical. And, there's a biblical verse about this, which is like, rely not on your own reason. And it's like, well, I'm going to rely on my reason. Okay. Because if I had to guess, the Old Testament prohibitions against pork are not because eating pork in and of itself is like evil. I think that, eating pork probably came because, there was some like improperly cooked pork, and pork is filled with parasites. And so as a result, if you improperly cook pork, there was probably some people 2,000, 3,000 years ago who died from improperly eating pork. When it comes to homosexuality, I think that people probably had like some natural revulsion to homosexuality because they probably correlated it with disease, but then they codified that into scripture, not because it was some actual moral slight against a homosexual person, but because they had a flawed observation of reality. And so this is why I don't follow scripture, because if you followed scripture exactly, then there's a whole bunch of crime and punishment and a whole bunch of judgment that we should be engaged in as a people that we just aren't. Even like the hardcore scriptural textualists, oftentimes they are what we call buffet Christians, which means that they take the Christianity that they like. I'm going to put flawed interpretation of scripture. Even the people who are like hardcore textualists, I guarantee you there's parts of the text that they're omitting or ignoring because it's convenient to their worldview. But somebody made a joke about the sun, and I want to check it out. Tristan Clark says, good morning, Girl Hottest. Connor stays up all night debating the Thorpes and still wakes up on time for us, the dedication and relatability. Although Gen X did point out that I'm wearing the same t-shirt. Hutch says, no one cares about the drunkards and swindlers. Yep. Young Anarch says, I think if you're a liberal Christian, you have to do a lot of mental gymnastics to justify your belief in your faith and your belief in liberalism. Yeah, they were probably raised in the faith, and so they're not willing to let it go. Conservative liberalism says, is that God or Amun-Ra? I know, right? Or the Aten. Dude, let me tell you about the lore of the Aten one day, which is where there was an Egyptian pharaoh who realized that the sun correlated with like life on earth, like it correlated with the seasons, and it correlated with good farm crops, and it correlated with this, and it correlated with that. And so as a result, he didn't worship the sun. He specifically worshiped the rays of the sun. And it was like the cult of the Aten. It's crazy. A.K.A. Badasui says, you can be an ultra-liberal Christian and just believe in an extreme version of Protestantism, basically getting as far possible away from Catholic and traditional ideas. Sure. Sun makes man, man makes server, server makes many men. True. Sun is a brand of servers. Yeah. No condom / enemas in ancient Jerusalem. Yeah, probably not. And even if they did, the enemas they had were from fucking filthy river water, right? Or filthy lake water. So even if you were washing out your ass when you were doing, you know, homosexual activity, you were probably still washing your ass out with filthy lake water that was as likely to infect you as anything else. Why would God make gay people if they weren't supposed to be gay? Well, I mean, I would argue that gay people are probably an endocrinological what is it, like an in utero endocrinological issue, but at the same time, like, we got all sorts of human beings with endocrinological issues and we don't treat them like they're morally flawed. Tell us now about the Aten. I mean, that's pretty much the story. The story is that a pharaoh, this was actually Tutankhamun's dad, if I remember correctly. Tutankhamun's dad observed that the rays of the sun correlated with like good crops, and so he created a sun cult that didn't worship the sun itself, but instead worshiped the sun rays. He went out into the middle of the desert and built like a massive city in honor of this like sun god. But then what ended up happening was, because it was so far away from water, that the city was abandoned within like 2 or 3 generations. Why did God make endocrinological issues? Because we live in reality. Sacred Snow says, did you see on anything else that they shocked the fuck out of Dan with a dog shot collar? Figure you might enjoy some Dan torture. Nah, I'm good. That sounds gay. I'm not even saying that to be insulting to gay people. I'm saying that sounds like Dan gets a kick out of it. Gen X says, if we believe God is sovereign over everything, he created the endocrinological issue. Yeah, exactly. Jack Darko says, homosexuality might be pretty natural. Should be looking into gay uncle theory sometimes. Interesting. Ryan Nowicki says, you can't reason someone into an objective position when they didn't get there with the reason to start with. Yeah, but I think that Ryan Nowicki, there's a failure here, though. The failure is, I think when people say you can't reason someone into an objective position when they didn't get there with the reason to start with, I think what you're saying is you shouldn't even try. You shouldn't even try to reason with people. But I think that's fucking stupid. You know, obviously there's shit that you previously believed that you no longer believe, because somebody brought up a good argument and it gave you some level of cognitive dissonance. And as a result of that cognitive dissonance, you wrestled with the idea for a while. And then after wrestling with the idea for a while, you ended up changing your fucking mind. So like, if we just went with, oh, well, human beings are irrational, so you might as well not even try. That's like a silly, I think that's a silly, especially in the realm of YouTube politics, man. All we do is we make arguments. Conservative liberalism says we're so obsessed with UV light, they forgot how important water was, the folly of man. True. It's true. $2 from Malevolent Vet. Thanks for kicking off the super chats today. Praise upon the grandfather, blessings upon you. Please stop blessing me. I need to get over this cough. Ryan Nowicki says you can't reason them into a changed position, but then again, facts don't change things. You have to humanize these people. I don't agree. But anyways, let's save my beautiful scriptural drawing and let's get back into the content. Oh God, stop blessing me. Nurgle, please stop blessing me.
Here's an important point, why what you're saying can't be supported by scripture. Because in Ephesians 5, we see that marriage is not just an earthly physical reality, but it is actually representative of an eternal reality, the marriage between Christ and the church. Christ is described as the groom, the church is described as the bride. And in Ephesians 5, we read that marriage on earth is actually a reflection of that eternal reality. The Bible starts with the marriage between Adam and Eve, but it ends with the marriage between Christ, the bridegroom, and the church, the bride. And so,
I don't know, man. Sounds kind of weird. It sounds kind of weird in order to analogize Jesus Christ being in a sexual relationship with the brains of the flock, but I mean, I get it from a metaphorical sense, but I don't know why you would take that literally. That seems kind of crazy.
So earthly marriage and the gender designations that we read in scripture actually speak to an eternal reality that is fixed and cannot be changed, because as a man and woman reflect that eternal reality, two men can't do that and two women can't do that.
So eternal. So is it your view that marriage goes into heaven?
It's an earthly reflection of the eternal reality of the marriage between Christ and his church. Now, we actually read that we are not married or given in marriage
Yeah.
in heaven, but
There's no male, no female.
on earth, this earthly union between one man and
What a presumption too. What a fucking presumption. The way this is fucking crazy to me. All right, I'm gonna draw a little ant. All right, little ant that he's already super big compared to how he would be in life. But let's go ahead and give him some legs. Ants have 6 legs, right? And then let's give him a little head. This is one of the things that fucking bugs the shit out of me. I'll give him a body too. Fuck it. Because they have like 3 body parts, right? I don't know if that's true or not. Sure, I'll give him a bigger head. I think that's worse, but whatever. The whole point that I'm trying to make is that a human trying to understand the fucking nature of God is like an ant trying to understand the nature of a human. Now, can an ant make realistic observations about a human? Can they say, oh, well, humans normally walk this way, so I shouldn't make my ant hill here? Probably. They choose not to for some reason. But I think ants can probably, reply to natural impulse. Can an ant observe humans and make some changes to behavior in order to understand humanity? Probably. But can an ant think with such a degree that it understands the nature of a human being? Probably not. And so having, in my opinion, is just fucking hubris. I don't even know if the creator of the universe or the creation of the universe is conscious. I don't even know that. Because I, as a metaphorical ant, don't pretend to understand the nature of the creation of the universe. So I think it's actually more foolhardy to presume that you understand the nature of creation than an ant to presume that they understand the nature of humanity. That's fucking crazy.
one woman reflects the eternal reality that Christ, the groom, is married to his church, the bride. That is what it is supposed to reflect here on earth, and only one man and one woman can do that.
Do you believe that gay people are supposed to be celibate? Do you think that they should be called to celibacy?
I think that we are all called to deny what the Bible calls sin, and that looks different for everyone. And I know that that is difficult to hear. I've talked to a lot of people that have heard that, and it's difficult to hear, but all of us, every single Christian, in one way or another, is called to take up our cross, to deny our flesh, and to follow Christ. We're to repudiate all forms of sexual immorality, not just homosexuality, but all forms of sexual.
Based. Conservatism says you're making every middle school science teacher proud. 6 legs, 3 body parts. Based. I'm happy I nailed that. Tristan Clark says a thorax is a word that I've carried through manhood. Awesome.
Immorality that goes for all of us.
Okay, so if I am a gay person, you believe that I should be celibate, and there are a lot of us, correct? How do you feel about mixed orientation or lavender marriages? In other words, if somebody's like, well, I have these feelings, right? And I can't engage with them. I have no healthy way to express them with another man. What, should I just marry a woman? Is that fair to her? How do you feel
I'm
about...
not saying that you must marry a woman. I think what I would want for you, what I want for myself, what I want for everyone is to deny our flesh, deny our sin, and to follow Christ. And I can't say what exactly that's going to look like for you, but in Christ, no matter who we are or what our desires is, we can have the fullness of satisfaction and fulfillment. Marriage is not necessarily the ideal of holiness for every single person.
But is your understanding... It's nice to talk to you,
Nice
Allie.
to talk to you.
Beautiful.
Thank you so
Of
much.
course.
Okay. This is also an argument, weirdly enough, for pagans. Okay. There's a pagan guy who was convicted of beating a guy and torturing him and draining his blood and making him drink his own blood. And he was also, I think he was caught and convicted of burning a bunch of churches in like Norway or somewhere in Scandinavia. I forget what this guy's name is. But Vice did like an interview where they did a walk along interview with this guy. And what this guy said is, as a pagan, his frustration with Christianity is that Christianity creates this whole alternative world that we don't even know exists. And so what's effectively from his perspective is that we are like a fractal of the divine. We are given a divine spark. And so our lives, our mortal lives, are our opportunity as moral agents and as living beings to express our divine spark and use it as we see fit. And that's kind of like a copy of divinity, because gods can do what they want to do. Well, humans within their lives can do what they want to do. They can pursue ambitions, they can pursue relationships, they can pursue pleasure, they can pursue violence. And ultimately, you are an agent who is capable of pursuing what you want to pursue. And I thought that was extremely interesting. And the reason why he hated Christianity so aggressively is he felt like all of this gobbledygook about, oh, well, in heaven, you'll have this, and in heaven, you'll have that. And if you just worship God, you'll be fulfilled. I think he called it slave morality at some point. Is that he views that it's Varg Vikernes, probably. And he just viewed it as like cope. The way that he saw Christianity was that it was mortal cope for being a slave. And so if you're a slave, if you're downtrodden, if you're a peasant, if you have no control over your life, then it's easier to say, oh, well, through Christ, I'm going to have everything I want when I die. And so this guy, I'm assuming it's Varg Vikernes, Varg Vikernes basically saw that as Christianity robbing people of their opportunity to be moral and divine, like fractal divine agents. I'll see if it's Varg Vikernes because I can see his face. Yeah, I think it's him. Now he looked more like this during the interview. I think, yeah, he looked more like this or like this during the interview. So it's probably like a decade ago because he looks a little bit older in current pictures. But yeah, that's what he looked like.
Tim, I know who you are.
I know who you are. It's nice
I
to meet
see a
you.
familiar face. It's nice
Hi,
to meet you
it's
in person.
Pleasure. I want to hone in on this claim that the Bible only supports the idea of one man, one woman in marriage. The Bible doesn't, though. Unless you think, for example, David, he had 8 wives. That's what the Bible says.
So there's a
Do you
difference
think
between
that
Polygamy is throughout the Old Testament. So weirdly enough, polygamy I think is prohibited in the New Testament because I think like Paul or Jesus or something have some monogamous prescription. But I think polygamy is actually fairly common in the Old Testament.
prescription and description.
I understand that, but the Bible still says that.
Short Stack Goblin says God created man in his image can only be read as human intelligence mirrors God's, or do you think it means God is a bald ape? Wouldn't that be hysterical? It's kind of like the bear arms meme where what is it? Google.com, Family Guy, bear arms. And so what's funny about this is, the founding fathers in this little like 5-second skit are like, do you think people will understand this one or is it too vague? And they're like, no, like, of course, every American has the right to hang a pair of bear arms on their wall. How could that possibly be misinterpreted? And I do think that it would be hysterical if it was I'm sorry, I'm dying. Let's say scripture was taken literally, but that's how like the creator of the universe wanted it to be taken. And so you get to heaven and it's like man was created in God's image. And you get to heaven and you talk to the creator God and it's just like a proto-human. Like this is just God. It's just like a really smart proto-human ape. Like you get to heaven, and this dude is just like, "Hey, what's up?" I would fucking love that. I would love it if God was like a hairy proto-human. That would be fucking hysterical.
Someone had multiple wives.
That's a description of something.
That's
That's
right.
not God saying that is good and holy.
Well, I mean, David's a man after God's own heart, right?
Yes, and David also committed murder, and he also committed adultery,
Right.
which we know he repented of those things and was sorrowful over those things.
But that's
So
very different
that
than
does not mean, first of all, we don't know that David
And by the way, this cope right here is why I would never be a literalist. So if you listen to scripture, if you like lie to your parents, or if you look at your neighbor's wife the wrong way, there's like this whole thing where I think Jesus says that looking at a woman is as bad as adultery. There's this insane quote. Google. Looking at a woman is as bad as adultery, Jesus, Bible. But I say unto you that whoever looks at a woman to lust after her has committed adultery with her already in his heart. And I'm pretty sure that it goes on like 28 or 29. It says that this is like as bad as the real thing. And I think that you could take that. The only way to take that is metaphorically. Like human beings have lust. It's just kind of a thing that's built into our biological wiring. So if you take that literally, that looking at a woman lustfully is the same as, having an extramarital affair with them, I think you're fucking crazy. So that's again where even the hyper literalists, even the hyper conservatives, they're buffet Christians. They'll just go, "Oh yeah, he just meant that metaphorically." But who are you to fucking decide?
consummated the marriage with all of Saul's wives, and it's true.
You
We
said-
don't know
you just
that.
said wives plural. So again, you're proving the point.
Marky Bellin says, "First day at new job, let's go." God bless you, King. I hope you kick its ass.
Right.
That I'm making
It's
is that the Bible,
descriptive,
but the
and
Bible,
Solomon had a lot of wives too.
right?
No
but
wives,
it's
no problems. Actually, is what
but
we see
it's-
over and over
but
again
it's
in
still
Scripture.
in the Bible. Is my point.
Yes, there are
right.
a lot of
so
things
the
in the
claim
Bible
that the
are
Bible
sins.
only says
Prescribes.
No, what's the original claim that you made?
That the Bible says that marriage is
Good morning, Solidus. How are you?
only between one man and one woman.
But the Bible says that Lamech took 2 wives. That Jacob married his first cousins, right, and married. They were sisters as well.
So your
and that's
argument
where the
is
whole
that
line of
they
Israel comes through, right?
existed.
Well,
that marriage
the Bible doesn't
polygamy
condemn
existed.
it. Well, the Bible doesn't condemn Jacob's marriage.
But
So
we
and
see,
Rachel.
so when we read the Bible, this is where I'm coming from. But I
Yeah.
take your point that maybe I should add a descriptor in there.
Yeah.
That the Bible says, what I am claiming is that the Bible says that holy marriage, that good marriage, that right marriage, the marriage that God condones and calls holy is only between one man and one woman.
Mhm.
And when I read the Bible, I'm not just saying, okay, what can I get away with? What did all these bad sinners do? And can I do
What if God was a hobbit-like proto-human? What if God looked like a Smiling Friends character? Dude, this is where I loved God from South Park, because they made him like incomprehensibly weird. He's like an alligator, hippo, kangaroo, cat, and he's like Buddhist. And I think it's so funny because that God, if you believed in the Christian version of God, that he's omnipotent, all-knowing, all-powerful, then God could just do this. Like for shits and giggles. For shits and giggles, he could be like, yeah, fuck it. I'm a weird chimera of half a dozen animals, whatever I represent myself to random creatures. Like there's no, I know it's silly. It's a joke, obviously. But the joke is, if you truly believe that God is omnipotent, he could do this. He could just be like, yeah, what's up? I'm a kangaroo, teddy bear, kitty cat, alligator, hippopotaman. Like, what the fuck?
do that too, and God won't condemn me. I'm also looking at what God calls good. And when I look at the definition of marriage, like I just talked about with Gilbert, it's rooted in creation. It's reiterated throughout Scripture. It's repeated by Jesus in Matthew 19. It is representative of Christ in the church in Ephesians 5, and it is reflective of the gospel as we see in Revelation 20.
Yeah.
And so it is more than just saying, well, yeah, a lot of people had a lot of wives. A lot of people did a lot of bad things in the Bible. That doesn't mean that God accepted
you
them.
keep saying bad things. The Bible does.
Well, young Anarch, this is kind of the point. I remember having religious OCD about that. I would never look at a girl because I was looking at her with lust, but now I don't look at her because I'm scared of being labeled a creep. Lol. But young Anarch, I would view that as counterproductive. And so here's another thing. Here's another drawing. I know we have a little bit less people in chat because we're not talking about Destiny's sex life today, but I still think we're going to have fun today. So let me save this real quick. So there is being a kid. Okay. And there's all the joys of childhood. And I'm really talking about, like, I guess under the age of 10, you know, playing around, growing up, hanging out with your family, eating a fruit roll up for the first time. There's all the joys of that being a kid. Then what I would say, there's the joys of like near adulthood, like being a teenager or a young adult. And that involves getting into trouble and doing things you're not supposed to do, and drinking alcohol, and you know, maybe smoking a little bit of weed, and kind of exploring the world and trying to hang out with girls and this, that, the other. And I think that's a part of growing up, is that attempt. But then there's the joys of what I would call adulthood, which are different than the joys of being a teenager. And the joys of being an adult, in my opinion, are, you know, like Gen X is saying she doesn't want to get married. But I would say it's basically finding a good partner. It's finding a good partner, dealing with the stresses and tragedies of life. It's you know, finding your calling as a working human being. It's all of those things. It's, and in my opinion, having a family is one of the joys of adulthood. And so for me, to have a religious interpretation, I'm just going to put like the joys of different stages of life, even though I didn't draw it particularly well. But to pretend that like, oh, well, you should just be like a kid forever in your mentality, or you should be a teenager forever in your mentality, I think it's missing out on the joys of adulthood. You should not be this like innocent, no impact. Like, I think Disney adults in a lot of ways are like stunted children. And then I also don't think you should be a stunted teenager. I don't think you should be stunted in alcohol, weed, and, you know, chasing sex. I feel like that's another, when I call Steven like an emotionally, socially, sexually retarded person, you know, and I say that with love, but I think that Steven, to some degree, up until recently, was stuck in the teenage phase where he just wanted to fuck everything and do some drugs and hang out and all that kind of stuff. I think in order to enjoy the fruits of adulthood, you need to grow up a little bit, and you need to take on adult responsibility, and you need to find the satisfaction in it. So, yeah. So if the way you were taught religion made you incapable of looking at women because you were afraid you were committing a sin, I would view that as like a counterproductive thing, which is, again, why I'm not a scriptural literalist.
Does not explicitly condemn the marriages of
But
multiple
he
different people,
calls
though.
only one kind of marriage good
No.
and holy, and the example for us to
So
follow.
in Genesis
we see
1,
that in the first and last
Sure.
chapter of the Bible.
So Genesis 1, right, also prescribes eating vegetables only.
yes.
So do you believe we should all be vegetarians?
No, I don't believe
But
that
why?
we should
It's in
all
the creation
be.
order, isn't it? By your own logic, it's in the creation order of Genesis 1 that we should only,
I
or Genesis 1 and 2,
I
the different
believe in reading
stories.
every piece of scripture in all of context.
I totally agree with you.
And I think that there are some things that we would probably agree that existed and were the case pre-fall that were the case post-fall. So, for example, walking
Moving the
around
goalposts.
naked.
Genesis 1.
Walking around naked, that's not something that we typically see today. Maybe that can be another claim that I make that y'all would disagree with. But so there is a reason for things to be prescribed pre and post fall. But what we see, because I didn't just say it's rooted in creation, I also said it is reiterated throughout scripture.
Yeah, there you go. Andy B says, as a teen, I thought I was a bad person for sleeping around in the eyes of God, so I left the faith, then came back later and realized I was 100% right to not sleep around. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is like, you can just grow up, man. It's the story of the prodigal son. The story of the prodigal son is effectively like one kid is like hyper disciplined and you know, stays on the family farm and helps his dad and never does anything wrong and all that kind of stuff. And then the other kid is like a total piece of shit. And he goes to their, Jerusalem's version of the casino, and he squanders his wealth betting and whoring and drinking and all that kind of stuff. And then he comes back and his dad is happy that he comes back. That's like the story of the prodigal son. Well, who's to say that you have to crash out as a prodigal son? Who's to say that you have to be an alcoholic or a drug addict or have endless bad relationships, and then you get called back to being a decent person? You could go to, your spiritual Las Vegas, fuck around for a bit, and then be like, you know what? There's a reason why I was raised with the morality that I was raised with. Fuck this. I'm out. I'm going to go be like a normal person. And so, you don't, just because you choose, it's not like a binary and you're not stuck in your choice. If you go out and you become a hedonist and you're like, oh shit, there's a reason why people have been warning against hedonism for 3,000 years. I just figured that out. Let me go ahead and be like a fucking normal person and pursue pleasure like a normal person. There's no shame in that. That's just called growing up. Jung Anarch says, I was just pointing out that the religious norms have gone away. They just become secular since they serve the same function, but point taken about adulthood and maturity. Yeah, I wasn't necessarily speaking about you. I'm just talking about like the, I'm just talking about like social development. If anything, that is like more pointed at Stephen, because I think Stephen is stuck. I think Stephen's stuck in the hedonist teenage phase.
I also said it's repeated by Jesus. I also said it's representative of Christ in the church. So it's not just about Genesis 1.
But even the idea of Christ in the church is multiple people with one person.
Yes, but
It's
church
multiple
is singular.
people. But
Church is
but it's
singular.
made up
It's
of a
not
plural.
church is not the brides of Christ.
What?
Church is the one bride of Christ, the collective bride
Yeah,
of
the collective,
Christ.
many people,
So
right?
are you saying that the Bible condones polygamy?
What I'm saying, the Bible absolutely
It doesn't condone it.
It absolutely
Again,
does.
look at Solomon's life. Mo wives, mo problems. We do not
That's
see
one
that
example.
this was
David was a man after
David,
God's own heart.
more
Lamech
wives, more problems.
Lamech had two. Again,
David had big problems
okay, let me
with
ask
the wives
let me
that he
ask,
took on.
That is, I would deeply
And we see
argue
that over
but
and
one more
over
question
again.
for you. Do you believe in Genesis 1? Do you believe that's a literal account of how the earth was created? Is
I
that
do,
correct?
yes.
So Adam and Eve were the first two people ever.
Yes.
Right. So how did they and their
Popu-
kids?
okay,
Hold on.
that is a
I want to
great
finish. I want to
question.
finish. How did they and their kids have more kids without breaking, first off, the rule of incest, which we know we would deeply deplore, and also multiple partners?
Yeah. Well, wouldn't have had to have multiple partners.
I don't know how that would
we
work.
don't
how we
know
would all come
exactly
from
how
Adam and Eve
everything
directly.
was populated, but that's also not the claim that I'm making.
Wow.
The claim that I'm making is that the only holy definition of marriage.
Jack Darko says, do you not buy into Steven's ADHD excuse? No, I buy into it, but I think that's also a crutch. We all have psych issues. Like every single person experiences anxiety at some point. Everybody experiences some level of post-traumatic stress. Maybe not post-traumatic stress disorder, but we all experience trauma in our lives. We all have our little, autistic fixations. We all have our little fucked up thing that we do that is just doesn't make sense. Like we're all fucked up in the head. The question is whether or not you use that as an excuse to engage in what you know to be bad behavior. So, mo wives, mo problems. Yeah, I bet that hit for the conservative crowd. Cases a lot of people in the hedonism stage, unless they suffer as a result of it, it's almost just worse to dabble, never learn, than go hard to get the lesson before too long, including all caveats. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, though. So, again, I'm kind of being a dick, and I'm using Stephen as a lightning rod. But, like, if you look at the past year of his life, don't you think that it could be argued that he suffered the consequences of, like, nihilistic hedonism? I would say within the past year, Stephen has suffered tremendously because of nihilistic hedonism. So I also think that Stephen has a disproportionate ability to bear suffering. Ryan Nowicki says, for atheists, God doesn't exist, and people who believe in him think he will do good things without their help with his plan. Atheists sort of have a mandate to do God's work since he won't himself. Well, that I would still view that as based. If atheists, even if they didn't believe in the creator of the universe or that they were going to get some kind of afterlife, but they chose to do good things in spite of there ultimately being no purpose to life, I would actually view that as good. Yep. Death Panzer says, we all have our neurodivergencies like Connor with his Warhammer. Exactly.
Marriage in the Bible is between one man and one woman. It's not just about Genesis 1.
But the logic
it's about
of Genesis
every
1,
claim throughout Scripture.
But the logic of Genesis 1, which you rooted, that was your first point, in creation.
It's rooted in creation.
It's betrayed by the logic of having to populate the entire earth out of one couple. It doesn't work.
That's not necessarily true.
So God set things
You're
up so it's
assuming
only
that
one
that's
man
true.
and one woman for life, right? In a
Yes.
marriage, and then set things up so they had to procreate, assumingly, possibly with their
Yeah.
own children.
We don't know how many children they had, and we don't know how.
Rob says, "What's the Raging Tomato Noerr drama?" No idea. Can you tell me about it? Were they fighting on Twitter or were they fighting on stream? I might watch that.
Exactly, it was populated.
Well, I mean, we
thank you,
know
babe.
how kids are made, right? So at
Yes.
some point, kids were, or then adults.
But
Think about
you
that.
are not undermining my claim that the Bible only calls one kind of marriage holy that we should be representing today. Because it's not just about Genesis 1.
Pleasure, truly.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh. Hey, what's
First
your
of all,
name?
Paul,
Paul, nice to meet you.
where in the Bible does it condemn homosexual marriage or homosexual acts?
Homosexuality, we could look at both the Old and the New Testament, but I prefer to look at Romans 1 because it doesn't just say the word homosexuality. We can contend over when that was added to the Bible. I know that's a claim that people make, but it actually describes the behavior of homosexuality and says that God gave them over to the impurity of their hearts, gave them over to their lusts, and said that women exchanged natural relations with men for unnatural relations with women. Men exchanged natural relations with women for unnatural relations with men. And this is condemned in scripture, not only there, but also in.
Do you guys, I also just remembered, I remembered this. So it feels like with 80 live viewers, no offense to myself, but it feels like this content is kind of a miss. So do you guys want to check out? I have no problem saying like, hey, it's a miss. You know, I'm tired from the debate last night. I didn't think hard about the content that I was doing. I just jumped into content. So rather than watching a random conservative talk about homosexuality for another hour, do you guys want to move on to Sarah the Tomato debating with Rob Noerr in Hutch versus Straighterade? Because I know Hutch versus Straighterade will be good. Because that's lefty infighting. I fucking love lefty infighting. Jet X says, I love dumb Christian Jubilee. Well, it seems like you might be the only one. Josiah versus Hutch? What happened with Josiah versus Hutch? Is Live and Learn having another fight? Josiah versus Hutch. Pottering Politics explodes. Oh shit. We might just have a Live and Learn day, huh?
Your way has gotten us here. We're taking.
I know you guys like boobs though.
With black voters, you were talking about like you got rap.
Although I feel like we've done this one before. That's based. Okay, hold on. let me check in. Jonazilla says, yeah, it's a little bit too cordial. I get it. Josiah versus Hutch, maybe Hutch versus Erin, debate review. Lol, I love dumb Christian Jubilee. Sure, Hutch versus Erin was great. Probably Hutch versus Erin then. I'd rather listen to Christians argue than the Thorpes. I mean, that's a low bar, though. Biblical interpretation is already a well-trodden road for me. Okay. It's not good into like halfway from... It's not good into like halfway from Food Shop's coverage. What? Which one? Hutch versus Straighterade or Josiah versus Hutch? Andy B says, I'm going to be honest. I think the only time we get big audience here is when you get to cover Destiny drama or attack right-wingers. Sure. I'm fine with the Christian stuff, but I should actually start working. All right. Hutch ain't hard enough for Josiah. Got it. Josiah tells Hutch to be more aggressive with his rhetoric. Okay. Also, Josiah is sounding way more like Destiny now, which is really funny. Interesting. I want to see the beef between Rob Noerr and Raging Tomato. Me too. Is Hutch versus Erin cordial? Hutch versus Erin. I got you. Andrew Wilson did some video about how Raging Tomato trashed Noerr on a panel. Now Wilson is burning the bridge. Okay. Raging Tomato drama is the newest. Okay, so let's change up. I got no problems. I like religious stuff because I think that you guys are a bunch of secular, filthy atheists, and I like fighting you guys about that stuff. I'm going to change up, though. And I'm going to do the Rob Noerr Burns Bridge with Raging Tomato. And then I'm going to do Hutch versus Erin and Jessiah. And if we have time for all three, we'll do all three. Worst case scenario, we'll do two. We're also kind of going in blind into the Raging Tomato drama. So I don't know if it's going to be any good, but we'll try it. AWS bullshit paged me and kept me up all night. I'm up for anything here. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm suffering a little bit too because I was up pretty late last night. But let's go ahead and do a new intro and crack into it. Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps, and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and we got a little bit of fresh drama for ya. Raging Tomato is a debate host that actually her audience probably caters right wing. I would say on a 2-to-1 basis caters right wing. However, she does have a healthy chunk of liberals and progressives. A large chunk of her following comes from Andrew Wilson and the Crucible orbit. And so what's going on right now is Rob Noerr, who is an employee of the Crucible, is saying that Sarah owes him money for some reason. And so we're going to take a look at the drama, see if there's anything fresh and interesting in here. Let's take a look.
I think he doesn't know the power of the Panelverse.
Oh shit! Not the Panelverse.
Wow, what a weird way to start the show.
Couple months, I guess, ever since I debated this RTP guy. She wanted me to apologize because I brought up his kids. I didn't bring up his kids in a ridiculous connotation whatsoever. He was insulting me both before the stream and during the stream about how I clearly couldn't get a woman and wouldn't be married, and implying that like I'm unattractive or some bullshit like that. I asked if he was married. He said he used to be, but he big manned me that he sleeps with a bunch of women. So I said, do you have kids? Now I asked that question for a reason, not to insult his kids. Oh my gosh, parents have thought.
Now, weirdly enough, Sarah actually has a pretty strong rule that I respect, which is just like, you don't go into wives and kids or dogs. You don't go into personal shit. If you want to insult somebody, but insult them, not their wives, kids, or dogs. And weirdly enough, Rob got in trouble, and I thought it was funny when we were on a panel and a debate together. He started kind of like bringing up like, oh, your wife was insulting me on Twitter. That's why I was talking shit, fuck you, fuck your wife, and all that kind of shit. And he got in trouble with Sarah, which I thought was hilarious. So.
Because it's ridiculous as it is, I never thought it was a big man. Oh man, you sleep with a bunch of chicks. Cool. But it goes from being like, whatever, this is stupid to, yeah, it's actually really fucking tragic. If you have a family, that's bad. That's really bad. That's it. That's all I said. You have kids, then I wouldn't be bragging about having a shitload of women. Why don't you settle down and find him a mother? Then I said something, I don't even know if people could hear it, but he claimed that he was going to titty fuck me. And I was like, you talk like that in front of your kids? Or something like that. That's it. This is after he was going after me for my wife and shit. But I didn't care. I wasn't walking away there like, ooh. I was just like, you gave me shit, I gave you shit. No problem. By the way, that's the theme that you'll see, I think Sarah misinterprets with me. Nonetheless, Sarah asked me said I should apologize to him afterwards. I assume something happened, like RTP Price said, I don't want to come back because things got personal. And then she asked me to apologize. I said, no. I never told people that Sarah asked me to apologize. What I did was said that people suggested that I apologize. And I was wondering to my audience, did they think I went over the line? And most of my audience said no, but a couple said, yeah, you still shouldn't have said kids. I was like, well, I'm not going to apologize. And I told Sarah that, and I was like, no hard feelings. If you can't have me back on the show, no problem. Totally get it. Not going to apologize. Apparently some people made snide comments to Snare about this. I came on the next day and told my audience, don't fuck with Sarah. She didn't do any, it's fine. Ever since then, it's like things have been chippy. Now, she has, my audience always wants me to go on these panels. Okay, I'm going to go on the panel. Connor's there. Connor's talking about real conservatives, after Charlie Kirk and shitting on Charlie Kirk and stuff. And everyone's like, go get that.
So, yeah, weirdly enough, I'll share an experience as well. With the panel that I was on with Rob Noerr, I got a little spicy because I wasn't taking my hydroxyzine. And so I was getting a little bit edgy, getting a little bit pissed off. And I can't remember if I used the F slur. I think I used the F slur like 6 months ago. I think I used the F slur in March in reference to Rob. And so I caught like a week suspension on Twitch. And then I think he said that he caught 30 days on Twitch or something. I don't remember, but apparently him and some of the people in his orbit were pretty pissed because he got hit with demonetization for a few weeks, maybe a month, which is kind of crazy. Because I think seriously, like 80 to 90% of my audience is on YouTube. So I don't think I caught any kind of suspension on YouTube. And then I think on Twitch, I got hit with like a week or something like that. And so I lost 20 viewers or 10 viewers on Twitch for like a week. It was almost nothing. But apparently it was a bigger deal to Rob. I didn't even fucking notice. But anyways, so that was like 6 months ago. And then I would say in recent terms on that night where Rob and I were on the same panel, I kind of spurred out. And I think I kept saying that Donald Trump was a rapist. And I think I kept saying words like that were like, they're not going to get your channel community guidelines striked. I don't think they're going to get community guidelines striked. But what it would do is it would, number one, it makes the editing more difficult if you want to remove those kinds of words. But then number two, they are the kind of words that take a VOD from a green $sign to a yellow $sign. And I'm not saying that I can back this up statistically, but I think that I've noticed, and a lot of other people have noticed, that on VODs, like pre-recorded videos of former live streams, if you even catch like a yellow demonetization, then it seems like YouTube kind of deprioritizes it. Now, if you have a particularly spicy viral video, then of course it's going to take off. But I think that if it's just like a normal run-of-the-mill video that's competing with other normal run-of-the-mill videos, those demonetized VODs tend to die. And so I could understand Sarah not wanting me to do that kind of stuff. But that's what I did. I just started taking hydroxyzine, which makes it chemically impossible for me to give a shit about anything. And so I can still make arguments. Christian Valera still wants me to be more spicy than I currently am. But hydroxyzine allows me to say, like, for instance, I think I said the R slur last night a few times, but that was kind of like 3 hours into the debate. If I wasn't on hydroxyzine, I probably would have called Grace Thorpe and her father the R slur like instantaneously. As soon as that debate started and they started saying what they were saying, I probably would have just called them the R slur. Whereas, because I took a hydroxyzine, it took about 2 hours for me to get so frustrated that finally I was like, you know what? Fuck this. This is so dumb that I'm just going to start popping off. So anyways, let's see what else Rob has to say. But we kind of get it. Sarah's concerned about her channel. Rob kind of said something a little bit bullying to some other random guy. The other random guy got his panties in a twist. Rob was asked to apologize. He said, nah, go fuck yourself.
That fucker. Go in the open panel and get that fucker. So I go on the open panel and I get that fucker. And
lol.
He, once he starts getting blown out, starts spurting out and just fucking talking over me. It's constant. And then finally, the moderators, Sarah's just letting it go. So I fucking start talking over him. And then Sarah will be like, gentlemen, both you stop it. And then he announces, yeah, Rob, I am going to interrupt you because I think you're wrong. So anytime I think you say something that's wrong.
Yeah, because Rob. So I'm pretty sure if you go back, and that's just my dog scratching her own ear. So what is it? With Rob, yeah, dude, I go on fucking 2-minute, 5-minute diatribes or whatever, but I like to think that all my shit's pretty logically lined up. And oftentimes when I'm done with my 2 to 5 minute diatribes, they don't really have a counter argument that actually picks apart what I've said. Oftentimes what I say, or what was said, they have nothing to fucking pick apart. And so, yeah, I think my diatribes are better than your diatribes, because if you go on a diatribe for 2 to 4 minutes, but then it's a gish gallop of a dozen facts, but fact number 2 or 3 is bullshit or out of context or makes an inferential argument that's incorrect, then yeah, I'm going to correct you on point 2 or 3. One of my criticisms, though, of like, so for instance, last night, Grace Thorpe and her dad were annoyed that I kept going on fucking diatribes. It's like, take notes, right? Like, if I'm so wrong, if the logic of my argument is so wrong, then you should be able to write down like, at this point, and this point, and this point, this is actually historically incorrect. This point, this point, and this point, this is a contradictory argument here. Like you could do that if you didn't suck at arguing.
Wrong, I'll interrupt.
If I have a point to make, or if I feel like you're asking a question that implies something, I'm going to interrupt you in order to point it out. And if you're not an asshole, you'll let me do it.
Bragging that he's going to interrupt. He proceeds to do it for the majority of the debate. At one point in that debate, Sarah tells me that the reason he's interrupting me is because
Thank you for becoming a member, Desi. I appreciate you.
I said that he should stop. Dusty, why
right.
can't you be quiet when other people are talking?
Because he doesn't like
That's a
it when
great
you tell him what to do. If you don't tell him what to do, he'll actually oblige more accordingly.
Okay, I let him talk unfettered, basically. I start talking, he interrupts. Sometimes
Wait, didn't he start out saying that he blew me the fuck out? Now he's complaining that the moderator is overly moderating him. Wait, I thought you said you blew me the fuck out. Why would it matter?
he interrupts and then he gets to speak after Sarah separates it. Sometimes he interrupts and I get to speak. Sometimes he interrupts and then it's someone else that gets to speak. But that's what happens. Now, I wrote it off. I bitched a little about the moderation, but I'm like, fine. But I wrote it off in this sense. I said, he's the guest and I was the open panelist.
True.
Fine. Next time, I'm the guest, Sarah's friend Dusty, who came on my show in the call-in portion and got wrecked for lying about me. Dusty comes on the open panel. Same shit. He's interrupting. Like, what the fuck? Now I'm like, why does this make sense? Now, here's the thing, right? Sometimes you have to know where your bread is buttered. Do you think for a second Sarah would have let someone talk over Andrew Wilson like that? You think for a second? When she knows the majority of the financial donations I get are probably members of the Crucible. You think for a second? Of course not. We all know it. She gonna leave Connor talk over him like that and brag about it. She gonna leave Dusty talk over him like that and brag about it. By the way, that's okay. And I'm no Andrew Wilson. I'm not bringing her in the views and money that Andrew Wilson is. And it's kind of a smart business move. Don't shit where don't fuck over the person that's helping your channel out the most. I totally get it. I get that. And I'm not Andrew. Perfectly fine. But at some point, and I mentioned this morning, I'm fucking better than these stupid ass losers.
Sorry. Okay. I'm trying to think of how to take this. All right. Sorry. Just let me collect my thoughts for a second. Last night was a long debate. What I hear, this is so fucking funny, by the way. Holy shit. Let's bust out a drawing. This is actually hysterical. What a twat. I love this. I love this. This is so great. Rob must understand. Rob must understand what we're talking about. Okay. So let's say we got Destiny. Let's say we got me. Let's say we got, I don't know, like Live and Learn. Let's say we got, Sarah's audience. Let's say we got, Sitch and Adam. This is so fucking funny to me. Okay, I'm not going to bother layering these, but let's go ahead and say that the Counterpoints audience is like this. Okay, so just in case like somebody clips this as a VOD or something like that. Let's say that Desi's audience has overlap into my audience. Let's say, I forget who this was. What, Live and Learn? Let's say Sitch and Adam. Let's say, I'm trying to think of somebody else. Oh, but like Sarah the Raging Tomato, just because we started interacting with them. And then my chat is a group, is an accumulation of these different groups. Okay. What's funny to me is, let's say we got Andrew Wilson, and Andrew Wilson is bigger than Sarah the Raging Tomato, but Sarah the Raging Tomato is, excuse me, Sarah the Raging Tomato is making a substantive amount of revenue off of the Crucible. What Rob is saying right here is, oh, you're letting Connor and you're letting your random friend run roughshod over me during panels and you're overly moderating me. However, you should know where your bread is buttered because realistically, Andrew Wilson is a substantive part of your revenue. But what's so funny about this is that he understands this perfectly in reference to him. But if I say, hey, yeah, I have overlap with Destiny and I want to grow, alongside Destiny, or I want to grow alongside Live and Learn, or I want to grow alongside Sitch and Adam, or I want to grow alongside these other creators. He's like, oh, you're a Machiavellian monster. It's like, no, you bitch. I'm just acknowledging what's going on in reality. So you just perfectly, you won't concede that. You won't concede that in a relevant argument, a relevant debate about how people actually do online politics. But then when it comes to you getting overly moderated, you perfectly understand what the fuck I'm talking about. That's amazing. That is genuinely amazing. How clout works. Counter versus Rob. I'm gonna leave that up. I'm gonna see if he does it even more.
I don't need them.
Andy B says, you into sports at Connor at all? No, not really. Like I'll watch sports on occasion, especially if it's like a particularly like interesting game or interesting MMA fight, but I don't go out of my way to study any of the stats or teams or any of that.
I don't need to go on and talk to these fucking no-name losers that I've wrecked in debates over and over again. I don't.
Oh, getting a little big for your britches there, Rob. You're above the panel scene now. Oh man, is this the Rob Fortress arc? Fuck.
Don't need it. And if the game's going to be, oh, we know, we'll just keep interrupting Rob, and Sarah will just sit there and let it go. And then when I'm like, what the fuck is this? Are they going to shut up or whatever? Sarah's going to be like, Rob, you asking them to not interrupt why they're interrupting. I don't need it. Now, am I wishing Sarah any ill? No. After it happens enough, I'm like, you know what? Hey, my name's Rob Noerr, channel's Normal America. Thanks for having me. I'm out. Oh, the trolls. Rob, rage, quit, blah, blah, blah. I'm just.
Gen X renewed their membership for 1 month, or says 1 month, but she's been a member the entire time. Thank you for renewing your membership, Gen X. Quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for hanging out today. Also, we are going to be gone after Wednesday. So Wednesday, I'm going on a retreat. My stepfather-in-law runs a substance abuse 2-year in-house program for men. Once a year, they go on a retreat to Georgia. I will be accompanying them and helping out with logistics and helping them cook meals and, just hanging out in the woods without internet for 5 days, I guess. So even if it's kind of like a financial hit, I'm going to do it. So, yeah. So, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. You guys were super generous last night, super generous last week, super generous the week before, super generous last month. So if you're hurting, if you're just paying bills, don't worry about it. If you got money burning a hole in your pocket, then, a $5 or a $10 or whatever you got is greatly appreciated. Let's go.
It's not worth my fucking time. I could think of 1,000 things that are more productive that I could be doing or more entertaining than fucking letting some nobody fucking shout over me while I can't get a word in edgewise. That's it. Done. Don't give a fuck. In that same
Right, I thought you were blowing me the fuck out. How are you saying that you're getting blown the fuck out now?
panel, Dusty's buddy, Brick, I think was his name. I was like, we're going back and forth. I'm like, can you answer this? He's like, no, I refuse. And I'm like, well, then fuck it. Either he goes or I go, because what's the fucking sense of being here? If I'm the panelist and the people that are arguing with me are like, nope, we refuse to engage. I don't do well with ultimatums. I'm like, if it came out that way, I didn't mean it as an ultimatum. I meant, why the fuck am I here if they're going to be here? I have nothing to say. Clay, have you heard of this story?
Thanks, Kazra J. Appreciate you. And then here's the other thing, too. The whole point of the panels are that they're a fucking shit-flinging mud fight. That's the whole fucking panel. That's the content. So, for instance, I'm sure that Sarah was annoyed that Kinetic Kel jumped onto the panel in order to jump me about Destiny. I'm sure that she was kind of what was it? The other day we did a panel And I think we maxed out at 70 or 80 super chats between the Crucible and me and anybody who logged in their stream. The night where Rob and Kinetic Kel jumped me, and it was kind of like a crazier panel, I think the super chats were at like 140. I think it was like 139. So you have to understand that the open panel scene, part of it is it's crazy. That's part of it is getting jumped by people who hate you. That's part of the open panel scene. So being like, oh, the panel's too rough. It's like, wait. I thought you just said that you were like raping people. I thought you just said that you were dominating. What the fuck are you talking about? Justin says that debate was so goofy from last night. Laughed my ass off. Yeah, well, I'm with you there.
I don't believe
you know
really
that
want
one
answer to any of your questions.
All right. Hey, Sarah, I'm out then. If the only two people here that are going to fucking talk doesn't want to respond to me, then fuck it, I'm out. You can hang out with those two. So it's me or them. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, I'm sad.
Well, to be fair, Rob, I don't play that game. So if you hold on, I'm going to put it to you this way. I host open panels for a reason. It is up to the chat to boot people from the panel. If you want to send a brigade to send $100 to officially boot somebody for the night, we can go that way. But I don't play the whole, well, it's me or them kind of bullshit, because that kind of negates the entirety of my show.
So then.
True. Jazz hands for Sarah. This open panel is a little hostile for me. I think I'm just going to go.
Okay, that's fair. So then I will just sit here while they say we're not going to respond to anything you say.
You don't have to respond
that's fine.
to them.
That's fine.
I'm not gonna force you to do anything you don't want to do.
Okay.
I don't care. But I don't play the like me or them thing, because that's kind of like an asshole move, number one.
Well, no. Wait, it's not an asshole. I'm not saying that you have to boot them. I'm saying, what's the point of this panel if the only three people talking, if they're like, we're not going to respond to anything you say. We're not going to. We're not going to answer questions.
Then somebody else can ask questions.
Wait. Why wouldn't you just point that out argumentatively? Why wouldn't you just point that out argumentatively? Why wouldn't you just say, I asked you a direct question. I'm going to ask you this direct question until you answer it. And then like whenever they're done ranting, whatever they rant, you just ask the question again. And then you ask the question again. And then you ask the question again. And if they avoid the question 3 times, then you say, hey, I've asked you a pointed question about a specific topic 3 times now. The fact that you won't answer it makes me presume that you're being fucking obtuse. It makes me presume that you know that you're wrong. That's funny. No, that's funny.
Too. That's fine.
I left the panel, did a little.
Jack Darko says, can we volunteer for PTO? No, not for this one, Jack Darko. But I would say we're doing quite well. Like I said, past 2 weeks and last month were fantastic. So what I would say is you don't have to save your PTO. You should go on vacation if you have the opportunity to go on PTO. But in general, you should get ready, particularly next year, I would say, because this year we're still building up the channel. We're still getting into a good position. I'm going to find out in December whether or not Valor Media Network is continuing. But let's say that it either continues or it doesn't continue. Next year, especially if I have any additional money whatsoever, I want to save some of that money and I want to start doing the disaster relief stuff. So for instance, let's say like Western North Carolina floods out due to a freak hurricane that takes it out and does mudslides. Then I would want to meet you and whoever else could afford it in Western North Carolina so we could do disaster relief. And I would want to do that once a year or twice a year, not weather permitting, finances permitting. So not yet, but in general, yes.
Grifting, by the way, something Andrew taught me to do by the end of the night. Try to get that super chat goal if you have it. I come back. And I'll admit, I was like, I think that fucking moderation sucks. I think that fucking sucks. What the fuck? I'm just getting yelled over. Whatever. Anyway.
Haven't we been on like endless Prime Kai panels? Dude, Prime Kai, I think that Dylan Burns had the best moderation in Twitch and YouTube politics. I think Prime Kai, the debate on the Prime scene is effectively a Burger King parking lot knife fight. So if you came up, because Rob was in the debate scene for a long time, Rob was on Prime Kai forever. Why is it that you can't fucking hang in the Burger King parking lot knife fight anymore? What's the beef? What happened? Did you get soft?
ways, no hard feelings, and I don't give a fuck, right? I can't help that some people in my audience also thought that the fucking moderation sucked. So apparently they said something to Sarah. I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't watch her channel. She sent me a message. And Andrew read this on stream today because he asked about it. She says, there's a secret weapon to panels. You can't show, this is the next day. There's a secret weapon to panels. You can't show any of your cards at all. By that, I mean, if someone's annoying you, interrupting or poking at things that raise your temperature, you can't let it bother you visually.
I don't even agree with that shit. I think what Sarah's saying is like, don't spurg the fuck out when somebody's getting under your skin. But dude, part of the content is getting angry and making your arguments. What the fuck? I'm not criticizing Sarah for that. What Sarah's trying to point at is that Rob is making the problems that he complains about worse by complaining about them. That's her point. But guess what? You could just own that you're annoyed. You could be like, hey, whatever your name is, fucking Ryan, Ryan, you're not dealing with what I'm saying. Deal with what I'm saying, or else I think you're a bitch. You could also just say that. Super easy.
The other panelists subconsciously will see those trigger points and zero in on it. They do it every time to you. You're an easy target. It's unsolicited.
Thank you, Hoke.
Advice. I'm aware. But the best tip I could give you is to stop reacting to their pokes and prods. Open panels are meant to be fun, lighthearted, and relaxed. They have to be that way or else they wouldn't be so fun and inviting to anyone. Witty banter plus topic discussion equals a great panel. You often enter them very harshly and seriously and demanding. I've noticed you take insults very personally. And that's what they'll run you out. And that's why they'll run you out every time, because it's a killjoy to everyone else. Why is this guy taking things so serious? You gotta laugh at the digs, talk through the interruptions, and roll with the punches. Everyone throws their punches, takes the hits, laughs.
Cameron Mosley says, is Valor Media done for Connor? Nope. No. We had a contract through September. The contract got expanded through December. And then I just don't know what's gonna happen with the channel. It's for me, what I would do, because they do have tons of cash, right? Like they could technically just take what the revenue from Midas, and they could just keep this project going forever. But just as an example, I'm not going to share internal stats, but basically we made enough money, and I'm like 95% of the cash coming in. We made enough money in order to pay my salary, right? But I'm sure that they want to turn a profit, and they also want to have a public service mission where they're doing things that are public services, like just, men talking mindfulness as an example. They want to do that. But I'm sure that eventually they want to see a return on investment as well, where if you're only getting, what is it? So just taking a look at the videos, and I'm not trying to dig at anybody, but like uploaded 3 days ago, 50 views. Uploaded 5 days ago, 116 views. Updated 6 days ago, 455 views. Updated 11 days ago, 60 views. So if I was seeing those kinds of numbers, I would be thinking that something's wrong. Because we basically have a bunch of dead subs from Midas Touch, but I would be trying to hone in the aesthetic and the repeatability of content that would allow us to get consistently better numbers. Because right there, 3.2K. Okay, that one did well. 2.3K. Okay, that one did well. 2,700. That one did well. 1,800. That one did well. So I would be looking at the content and why do we get these random ones that pop off, especially because we get random pop-offs in each channel. And I would say that the thumbs are not the way that I would do it. The titles are not the way that I would do it. And I think there's just an aesthetic issue. I think there's an aesthetic and content editing issue that I've been talking about since April. And it's just not being addressed the way that it's being addressed. So if Ken, just full transparency, if Ken said, hey, December's kind of it, we're just going to wrap it up. We tried, it's not working out. Then I would say, hey, give it to me. And I'll basically do my job now. And then I'll do even more. And I'll edit, I'll do the thumbs, I'll do what's required in order to get this thing going the way that I think it needs to be going. If alternatively in December, he just says, oh yeah, we're going to keep going. Then I would just be like, okay, fuck it. I love my current job. So, and then if he also said, nah, we're not going and we're not interested in you taking over the channel, then I would probably, based off of your guys' support, I would probably just go full time. I've already technically been full time since April, but your guys' support last month and this month has been so fucking crazy. We could probably go full time and succeed. So, I would probably just pull the trigger, to be honest.
Comes back the next day at the clean slate, ready for more. Trash talking about an open panel being too chaotic is like complaining that the sky is blue. They will
True.
always be chaotic. You can either handle them or you can't. Now, when I received that message on October 8th, I was fucking livid. I was like, you motherfucker.
Why? Kaiser Che says, when you asked him about the civic nationalism and ethno-nationalism, and he said both have their benefits and faults, he lost the debate. I don't think they're bad people. They're so emotional. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Like seriously, calling me a racist and then being like, oh, I don't know what's better between ethno-nationalism and civic nationalism. That was last night's debate. I thought that was so unbelievably cringe. Just pick a position and own it. Tico Suave says, that sounds like an awful lot of liability. Inviting people into a dangerous situation, as well-intentioned as it might be. Definitely consider talking to a lawyer. Nope. I'll have you all sign liability waivers that says, if I die on this vacation in Western North Carolina, then it's on me.
Who the fuck are you? You want to know what I thought when Sarah sent that message?
And by that, I mean on you. Because if I die, then it's on me, right? If I die, it's on me. If you die, it's on you. Unless I cause your death, then your family can sue me.
You want to know what I wanted to say out loud? I wanted to say, what the fuck are you? What do you do? Moderate poorly? You're one of the dime a dozen fucking people that bring on panelists that let them be the entertainment? Because you're incapable of doing it yourself? By the way, there's nothing wrong with that. But don't get it twisted. I don't need your fucking advice. Who the fuck are you? That's what I wanted to say. But I have a tremendous wife. And I was like, can you fucking believe this? And my wife said, Rob, take a breath. Don't respond for 24 hours. Then you say what you want. But you should probably wait 24 hours. And I did. And I'm glad I did. Because I didn't respond to her. Instead, I came on my channel. Because every night that there's an open panel on Sarah's channel or anywhere else, my audience is like, go on the open panel. Go on the open panel. Go on the open panel. So I had to explain to my audience why I would no longer do that. And you go back and you can watch what I said.
This hurt my feelings. Fashion 40 says, so Valor Media Network is a WNBA to Midas touch? Ow. Damn, bro. Why you gotta do me like that? Savage. Fucking savage, Fashion 40. Savage.
I said, listen, I've been frustrated about the moderation on Sarah's channel and other open panels because I wasn't trying to make it just about her. And I was like, but I was messaged by someone that informed me that I'm looking at the open panels all wrong. It's not supposed to be a serious debate. It's supposed to be like a shit show, like a Jerry.
Yes. Yes. Now you're getting it. Cosner Chase says, tell me if I'm wrong, or Andrew is one of those people who study debate tactics like a nerd. His intentions is not finding the truth or moving to a better position he made up in his mind. No, I agree with that. Andrew doesn't debate to understand. He debates to win. So hold on. I last night, there was this moment that I think every debater experiences, okay? And let's talk about Ptolemy real quick. So the argumentation is, point, subpoints, and that's how you argue, right? And then if you get into like subpoints of subpoints, that's totally fine. But when you debate to understand, what you do is, let's say that somebody does a correction and they say, hey, this is wrong. Like, let's say, this is wrong. Then what you do is you see whether or not that damages your subpoint. And then if you need to, you adjust your subpoint. Well, shit, not that one, this one. Then you adjust your subpoint and you see if it modifies your overarching point, right? And so what you do, if you're like an honest interlocutor, you're an honest debater, you're good faith, If you find out that you're wrong, you actually modify your subpoint, and if necessary, you modify your overarching point. That's if you're good faith. Whereas what a lot of people do, and by the way, I think Destiny does this too, and I'm not criticizing him. He's obviously like an excellent debater. But what happens sometimes with debaters when they debate to win instead of debating to understand, when they, regardless of whether or not they're right or wrong, and they get corrected on an issue, rather than acknowledging it, they'll either ignore this issue or, they'll push back on the incorrectness of the subpoint. That way they don't have to concede any argumentative ground. And so for me, I like to think that I've always like debated to understand. Like I have a pretty firm understanding of the world, and I like, if I think I'm right, then I'm going to be a dick about it. But I think that for debating to win, they will follow this strategy. Okay, is what it is. Yes. So anyways, debating to win. And then also what you'll see too with a lot of people who do not want to concede that they're incorrect on a subpoint is that they will move in their other subpoints in order to distract argumentatively from them being incorrect about something. And the reason why I brought about Ptolemy last night was I think I said, we were talking about like some random chatter said, how come the Ptolemies were incestuous, but they still created beautiful offspring? And I think I said like the Ptolemaic dynasty. And then what's his face? The fuckstick from last night said, oh, it's pronounced Ptolemaic. And I was like, oh, well, I don't think you're right. I'll double check that. And I don't like it when you're confidently incorrect about shit. And he's like, no, double check it. You're fucking wrong. And so I Googled it. And unfortunately for me, he was correct. So I had to concede that the pronunciation and written thing for Ptolemy, the Ptolemy dynasty, the Greek dynasty, was Ptolemaic, not Ptolemaic. And so the good news is that that underlying correctness or incorrectness had nothing to fucking do with a subpoint of the main argument and had nothing to do with the overarching argument. So that's where I kind of got frustrated with the Thorpes, as much as like they helped make a good shit show panel. Arguing to win versus knowledge versus understand. I should put that. Debating to understand versus debating to win. This is what I would say the difference is. Now I need to use the restroom, but I'll be right back. Quick shill before we continue. Like the stream, it's free. Share it with your friends. That's free. Also, if you have a good time, then you should tell your friends to come hang out in the coolest chat in Twitch and YouTube politics. Engage with chat. There's lots of funny, interesting, cool people in my chat. They're 3,000 IQ, Giga Chats, and Giga Stacy's. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be right back.
Shit show. And that's fine. If that's what people like, fine. But it's not for me. That's it. I said, so I'll continue to do a debate that Sarah moderates, but I won't do the open panel. Done. Now, to the rest of what she said about I take insults very seriously. Why? Because I give it back? Because if someone says, like, you're a fat fuck, and I'm like, dude, you look like dudes bend you over, it's like, well, you're taking that seriously. What are you talking about? The only thing that it looks like I take seriously, because it's true, is when stupid fuckers keep talking over me, over and over. The insults, I don't give a shit. I just don't give a shit. You call me a fat fuck, this, that, and don't bother me at all. So I don't know where she gets this. Well, you're an easy target. Fan of the show named Toasted reached out to me and was like, hey, I'd like to set up this debate. Now, listen, I want to say this, and I have nothing against this guy, Toasted, but I have to say this. I sort of just have paid attention, if I'm honest. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, I get a bunch of people that are like, will you do the show for me? Will you do this show with me? And almost always I say, yes, sure. Just this week, I did 2 podcasts of streamers that aren't big streamers that have like 30, 40 people watching. Monday, I did an excellent podcast. You should check it out. It's called Brews and Cruise. Real awesome guy. We just talked about life and shit. Wasn't a debate. Great time. The guy averages 60 views per video. He doesn't do live streams. I don't give a fuck. It's fun. So when people that are like, hey, I recognize their name, like, hey, would you like to come on a show? Would you like to be? I'll say sure. This guy, because of the drama with this guy Dusty that I'd had recently, was like, you want to debate Dusty and Radical Coder? I said, sure. You debate with this trippy guy? Sure. Who should mod? Blah, blah, blah. Sarah? I was like, I don't want Sarah to mod. Is there a problem with you and Sarah? I was like, no, I don't want to talk about it. All right. You know, I sort of got lost in the shuffle, and I saw that he kept messaging me, and I just basically ain't saying anything. And he's like, it's going to be blood sports. And, you know, I told people that, like, the topic's going to be the Insurrection Act, but it can go anywhere. You can get into real personal shit. Okay, that's fine. But I thought it was going to be a debate. That's what I thought. So we get there, we do the debate, and opening statements were fine, except totally no one's fault. By the way, Trippy, I saw Andrew say Trippy was the moderator. Trippy was not. He was the host but debater. Nova was the moderator. But the host is what's going to matter when it came to who to kick me or not. That wasn't on the moderator. That was on the host. So I get over there. The debate starts off. Opening statement's great. We start.
Wow Man says it sucks that Men Talking Mindfulness isn't more popular, as some of their guests and topics have been bangers like Jocko and AI regarding masculinity. Yeah, that's actually Ken's opinion too. And I think Ken's right that Men Talking Mindfulness should grow an audience. I think the problem though is that, like, kind of marketed Valor as being like a anti-red pill alternative, which I think MTM is, Men Talking Mindfulness is. But I think that that's one of the challenges is, like, do you want to listen to Andrew Tate yell at people about the color of his Bugatti to a bunch of e-whores? I mean, I don't, but I think lots of 19-year-old kids do. And then what 19-year-old kid is going to be like, you know what I need to do? I need better meditative tactics in order to make me a more efficient and productive adult. You know, that's kind of like, you know, body hacking, mind hacking, decompressing from stress, decompressing from anxiety. That's almost like a health channel thing. Whereas I think, you know, trying to use that as a weapon against the red pill is tough. Tough is the best way I would say it.
Arguing. They put me in a one-on-one with Dusty. It's fine. Dusty gets blown the fuck out. He knows it. I know it. Everyone watching knows it. So
I gotta say that this is one of the most annoying fucking things that I bump into. I don't know, man. Whenever you say, like, I blew him the fuck out, I'm so right, everybody knows it, blah 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 blah. That's not even how argumentation works. Sorry, I'm gonna do another drawing. This is like so fucking stupid. I hate this shit. Okay, let's say that there's the stereotypical left-wing argumentation. As a matter of fact, fuck this. We'll do a circle, so we do a Venn diagram. Let's say that there's the stereotypical left-wing argumentation. Let's say that there's the stereotypical right-wing argumentation. Let's say that there's people who are actually interested in the truth. Okay, which I like to think my audience disproportionately are people who are more interested in complex information than they're interested in having their biases affirmed. So bias affirmed, and then I would say this group kind of in the middle is interested in truth / rhetorical skill. And that's what I think is, like, really interesting about this kind of, like, inner group, because the inner group will often have the most honest assessments of a debate, in my opinion. How do I don't think I'm going to be able to fit this into the bubble, but who cares? Rhetorical is too big of a word, but that's fine. That's fine. You could read it in your own thing. So whenever you say, oh, well, everybody I know agrees with me, it's like, yeah, no shit. The vast majority of the people who come into Twitch and YouTube political debates, they're not looking to understand. They're looking to have their preconceived notions about the world, you know, confirmed. Blew the fuck out stupidity. Most people in Twitch and YouTube politics, this is all that they're interested in. They're just interested in having their preconceived notions about the world reaffirmed and maybe learn how to argue their preconceived notions a little bit better. Whereas I think that the people who are in the middle are the most interesting people because they're the people who are like, even if they don't like what the other side had to say, they can still concede some level of rhetorical skill on the other person's part if they had bad points, but they argued them well. Or if they watch within their own side and they think their own side is incorrect on something, but they also think it argued it well, they understand that as well. And so that's where I would say these people, while they're a smaller segment, I would say straight up, this like smaller piece of the pie is probably only 20 to 30% of Twitch and YouTube politics. These are the people that I actually think are cool. I don't want to be a libertarian who caters exclusively to libertarians. I don't want to be a MAGA dick sucker that exclusively panders to MAGA. I don't want to be a socialist that exclusively panders to socialists, because we all see how those people interact with the world and they make the world a worse fucking place. This is actually where I get annoyed with Steven when he focuses on rhetoric instead of focusing on truth, is because I feel like he's talented enough that he can get some of the people who are in the interested in truth / rhetorical skill people to go his way just because he's so good at rhetoric. He's also pretty good at lining up facts too. Like there's some shit that I think Steven's just wrong on, like the Charlie Kirk shooter being left wing. I think it's pretty fucking obvious. However, he argues his point so confidently that I feel like Steven can, just through gravitational pull, he can take some of the people in the middle and drag them his way just because he's so consistently been a good rhetorician.
Get out of the one-on-one and Coder starts blah, 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 blah. Okay. And he's just,
hi, Justin Garcia. Good to see you.
in fact, I don't even have to tell you. I could just fucking show you. Make up your own mind. Now, the context is when I talk to people like Coder and fucking Dusty, this is what it's always like. Constant fucking interruptions, this, that, the other bullshit, whatever. So at this point right here, as I'm talking to Dusty, I'm actually enjoying myself thoroughly. I think it's a good debate. Pretty reasonable.
Your number only.
Oh, the other thing to say, and this is no one's fault of anyone involved, but the last debate, like the last 5 debates I've had like this, I debated Destiny on Tom Fullery's show a couple months ago. Same bullshit. Constant spurging out, interrupting. It's just getting old. That's all. At least Destiny's a big name, though. Who the fuck are these people?
I disagree that.
Good job, Bud123. Bud123 says, really sore from the gym yesterday. Did chest and triceps. I'll take today off. Based.
Well, yeah, let me explain, and you tell me if you agree or not. Because when it's a one-on-one, you can see, so no one else can interrupt. They're not there. Great. Fine. No problem here. Allow people to change people.
Correct. We'll just do it.
So now we open it up. Okay, no problem. Now, Trippy is supposed to be my partner, even though he's the host of the debate. And Nova, who I don't know. By the way, I have no heart.
Severn says Rob Noerr is like Rich from Red Letter Media. Hold on. Rich, I love Red Letter Media, and I actually love them complaining. You know what's funny? Okay, so hold on. So maybe Rich has fallen off. I have no idea. But Rich had this observation that I actually thought was quite good. And I do love this meme in particular. But Rich talking about Star Wars and how like limited Star Wars was within its scope, because you have to hit all the remember when stuff. I feel like that was a really decent observation for early Disney Star Wars. But what I like about that criticism is now I do feel like Star Wars is kind of forced to get away from it a little bit. Now, I can't really think like Andor in particular. They did Rogue One, which I thought was phenomenal. And Rogue One did have a healthy chunk of fan service. But I think Andor itself has kind of proven that Rich's criticism, while valid, isn't totally true. And so, yeah, I could see Rich as like a dude who endlessly looks for shit to complain about. But I do think he can be funny. I think he can be funny, and I think he can be insightful. So I like Rich way more than I like Rob Noerr. I tell you what.
Hard feelings against Trippy or Nova, which I'll get to in a minute.
Anyone else notice that Pisco has disappeared? Has he? Has Pisco disappeared? Sorry, I still see him fighting on Twitter. Did he have to go back in the wage cage? Maybe he had to take a week off or something. It would surprise me if Pisco's hour. It would surprise me if he was gone completely. He's still 2 hours ago, 3 weeks ago. That is a while ago. Let's take a look at videos. Videos. We got 1 2 hours ago. We got 1 10 days ago. Okay. Yeah. So he was gone for a week and a half. That's a long time to be out of the game. And the last time he was live was a week ago, unless he unlists his shit. 2 weeks off in the middle of your budding social media career. That is alarming. Now, there's a perfect, maybe he talked about it. Maybe he went on vacation or something. I don't know. That would be scary to me. I'm taking 5 days off, and that's already kind of scary. Technically, I'm taking 3 days off from actually live streaming, but still, 2 weeks off is a lot. That's a lot. I hope he's okay.
And then I'll finish with this. So then your argument that we can't enforce immigration laws that are on the book because people will act in violence is giving in to political terrorism.
If you have states and communities that have massive illegal immigrant populations because we have not been enforced, because the government's been lax on enforcing those laws, and you go in one day against the local community's wishes, yes,
I promise I'll get to all that.
That's really not on them.
I mean, actually, what Dusty is saying is like descriptively true. You don't have to say it's like moral, but so this is part of the problem, in my opinion, with the National Guard from Texas being used to take over Chicago, is that effectively you have people with Texas perspectives on immigration, which is, nah, fuck them, seal the border, nobody should be able to come in, et cetera, et cetera. But you have them, allegedly, although they're not really, but you have them policing Chicago, which has a totally different perspective on immigration, where they effectively say, if you don't commit crime, we don't give a shit. So I get it that we're supposed to be like the federal government is supposed to be supreme, but this actually kind of harkens back to each state is a sovereign. And so if you were actually looking at conservative philosophy, then even if you didn't like what Powder Dusty says, and you say, nah, fuck that, we're like a single country, you got to enforce immigration law, it is what it is, you should at least be able to descriptively understand what Powder Dusty is saying, which is these communities view immigration differently, and you can expect some form of violent resistance. So, and then Rob should say, okay, yeah, we'll expect it, but then that's illegal and we're going to incarcerate you. And if you force us, we'll kill you. That's actually how like simple this conversation should be. I want to see where Rob takes it though. How does he handle this?
Baby and by the way, there is also a lot of controversy about whether or not they are actually just enforcing the law, because courts keep ruling against the way they're carrying out their jobs.
So far, the debate's going pretty good, and then you'll see. Courts show me. Of course,
it fucking matters.
Show me one time. Show me one time it's made it to the Supreme Court and they've upheld those court decisions.
I mean, these are still a lot of things are pending because it's happening in real time.
Right, in
like
real
I said,
time.
Wait, also, didn't Kilmar Abrego Garcia, didn't that get effectively ordered by the Supreme Court that the lower court had overstepped their bounds trying to order the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia? However, the court was within bounds to declare his deportation illegal and to order the Trump administration to facilitate his return. Like you can pretend that that's like a blowout of the lower court, but it's not. So I would argue, if Rob asked me that question, that's what I would have argued.
What we have in
real time is ICE is carrying out what they're trying to do. They are arresting people. They're successfully doing it. The DHS is bragging about it. They are successfully doing their job, and police are.
Patriarch says that Donald Trump was bitching about not getting the Nobel Peace Prize. Didn't the ceasefire collapse yesterday? They wanted to give him the Peace Prize last week. And Donald Trump's like, yeah, I ended 7 wars. 7 wars that didn't fucking kick off, by the way. He's just claiming that him talking to both parties prevented the wars. And then not just that, but the ceasefire that he actually did broker, or allegedly, that did get the Israeli hostages returned, it fell apart within 48 hours or like 96 hours. So I'm sorry, why should he get the Peace Prize? What a fucking tool, dude. I hate Trump so much. And I hate the MAGA sweeping for Trump a lot.
Arresting people, they're charging people, the courts are ruling, the system is working as it should, and you're demanding that we invoke the Insurrection Act despite all that.
Okay,
why?
I'm fine with that.
What we see in real time is the courts are
Guys
being
falling.
activist and ruling decisions that they absolutely 100%
No,
know.
it's
will
rulings
be
you disagree with.
overruled.
You're alleging they're
That's-
activists
that's-
because you don't
let
like
me
the
finish.
rulings.
Like,
You
I
don't like
understand
the
need to-
rulings.
I
So you
understand
call
the
them
need to-
activists.
I understand the
You're a
need to spurg-
crybaby.
I understand the need to spurg out, right? We will
Bro,
see
you've been
that-
talking for the past
we-
like 10 minutes. I haven't even got to be up here.
So what? When you get a one-on-one, you'll get to talk for 10 minutes and I won't have the opportunity to interrupt you. You made a point.
Oh,
I'm
but I
responding.
No, see, dude, this is bad. This is bad argumentation. This is actually borderline why I respect Andrew Wilson more, because Andrew Wilson will modify his debate tactics depending on like the temperature of the room and what's going on. So, oh shit, this is so stupid. Fuck me. All right, paint your points again. Paint your points again. So, save file new. Okay, zoom in because you guys are as blind as I am apparently. So let's look at let's look at an inconfident debater, okay? Point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4, point 4, point 5, and I'm just gonna go like seriously for a bit. Point 6. And this is what Rob does in a 5-minute rant. And I'm guilty of this too. But what I think is different between my rants and his rants is that if someone says, let's say point 1, point 2, and let's say that we get to point 3. And let's change the color. Let's say that we get to point 3 and we get interrupted with a sub counterpoint. Sub counterpoint. Then a confident debater is going to go to sub point 1. Then I would say sub point 2, sub point 2, and then I'll just say counter argument 1. And they're going to fight on these grounds. And so this is what's so fucking annoying, because I do both. Okay, obviously I do both. I think you guys know that I love my yaps. I love my diatribes. However, the reason why I think that this is a relatively unskilled way to argue, where you make like a half dozen to a dozen points over the course of 5 minutes, is because you can just do this shit uninterrupted, right? This is not debating. This is doing a speech. And so what's frustrating to me about what Rob is arguing that, well, hey, if you interrupt me at point 3, then technically you're not contending with my argumentation because you interrupted me here, but I still had these other points that I wanted to make. But I think this makes you a fucking pussy, especially if point 4, 5, and 6 have nothing to do with 3, 2, or 1. So that's where, for me, I'm always going to respect the debaters who are willing to wrestle in the mud on a point, rather than saying like, oh, well, you interrupted me and I still need to get out 4, 5, and 6, even though 4, 5, and 6 have nothing to do with point 3, right? I think you're a bad debater, basically. Good versus bad debater. And dude, I get this all the time, especially with like, who is it? Cooley, whatever the fuck that guy's name was, the No Fugazi podcast. He insisted upon this shit. Sarah, to some degree, through moderation, insists on this model. Rob obviously does this shit. And, you know, I can do it to some point where I want to roll through 5 or 6 points. But if I'm steamrolling through a 2-minute or 3-minute rant and you don't interrupt, that's on you, not me. That just makes you a fucking weak debater. And if you try to gish gallop me with half a dozen points, and one of your points is so fucking stupid that it should borderline be discredited immediately, I'm going to interrupt you. I don't know. Isn't it called a debate?
He doesn't even know what the Insurrection Act is.
You made a point and now you're spurging out. That's what you're doing. I'm the only person who's read from the Insurrection Act here. You're the
Bullshit.
one. You're
I
the
literally
one
spent the
who
past
claimed-
3 days reading it.
We read it this morning on stream. You can
You're-
go back and
He
watch
read
it. I know what
it.
you're
He
talking
may
about.
read it for the first
You're
time,
the
but
one-
I've been studying.
You're the one that made the claim that the only time the feds can enforce the laws through posse comitatus and the
Did
insurrection.
not say that. I said the military. I said the military.
Fucking brute. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to.
What do you mean?
Wait, that's a good counterpoint. Posse comitatus does prohibit the military from. So you misrepresented his argument. He points out that you misrepresented his argument, and you're moving on. How is that good argumentation, bro? That's not good argumentation.
Wait. Do you deny that even if I said the feds, you acknowledge that as soon as the debate started, I clarified, even if I had misspoken earlier, right?
So
you acknowledge that?
nonetheless, I think
He does not acknowledge clarification.
Which I don't think that I
You can
misspoke, by the way. I'm
clarify
pretty
it.
sure I said the military. I think you actually misheard, but that's fine.
Okay,
Only the
nonetheless,
left.
we can see that these are activist courts, and there is no understanding of the law whatsoever. That
That's
says
just an
that
assertion.
say-
You
But that's the other thing that's so fucking annoying. When you declare the other side has made a concession, that's so fucking cringe, dude. That's so cringe to me. Declaring that you won and conceding the debate from the other side. Grace tried to do that last night. Grace was such a stupid fucking argument from Grace. What was it? So Garrett and I said that Israel takes like $3.8 billion per year and that we should condition our aid in order to force Israel to do what we want them to do diplomatically and militarily, or try to use our leverage in order to get them to do what we want diplomatically and militarily. And then Grace argued that because they received like $15 billion since October 7, 2023, and that we didn't think that Israel necessarily needed that money in order to prosecute the war in Gaza, that was the same thing as conceding the entire debate. And by the way, the prompt of the debate was, should the United States cut off Israel? Like, we should cut them off of aid, but we should also cut them off diplomatically. But because Garrett and I said that Israel probably didn't need that $15 billion to prosecute the war in Gaza, she was like, oh, you conceded the debate. Therefore, I declare that you conceded the debate. It's so fucking cringe. It's such bad argumentation. I hate it.
have no evidence that they're activist courts. You just disagree with the rulings. You're such a fucking baby.
Now that's it. It's evident to me there's no moderation going on. It's the same fucking song and dance. Now,
wait, but all that happened was you made an argument, and then Ryan said, you're wrong about your argument, you're misrepresenting my argument, and you're being a fucking baby about it. I'm sorry. What? It's a debate. This is a panel show. This is Twitch and YouTube politics. This isn't Oxford. What the fuck?
Is this the worst I've ever been interrupted? No, I don't need these fucking people. I did this debate as a favor.
Oh man, Rob Fortress arc, huh? Andrew Wilson has been buttering that bread so much that Rob's about to go into the fortress. That's amazing.
To a dude that likes me in chat that set the debate up. I don't need these fucking people. I don't need them. And I'm not, here we go again. Same fucking shit. I'm just going to get spurred out on, interrupted the whole fucking debate again. Now, I have said on my channel for quite some time, I'm a pretty good debater. I have no fucking clue. I have no clue what the strategy is at this point.
Angry Points brings more viewers than Sane Points. Listen, I get it, but I also want to keep my channel, right?
I don't know. I've tried damn near everything. I've asked the moderator. When I ask the moderator, people like Sarah tell me it's my problem that I'm appealing to the moderator. That's putting a target on my back. People say that's a bitch move. I've said, hey, fuck you, peace out, I'm leaving. That's a bitch move. That's rage quitting. I've suggested people putting timers on. People like, oh, appeal to the moderator.
Grassard says, I'm hearing Leighton gay and in a meeting. Well, better late than never. Welcome aboard, Grassroots. We're having fun.
What a bitch. I've shouted over them. Wow, Rob, you look like an unhinged asshole. I thought you were supposed to be a good debater. These fucking people can't
Dude, he's letting the comments get to him. That's what's going on, man. He's letting the comments get to him. Like for me, no offense, Chad, I parasocially love you. I think you see the way that I handle dickheads in my chat. If you jump into my chat and you actually have an argument and you're like, hey, you know, you're wrong about this, this, and this, and then I'll ask you, I'll say like, okay, tell me. But if you walk in and you're just like, you're an F slur, you don't know what you're talking about, et cetera, then it's like, ban. See ya. I don't need you. And so I think Rob, I hope he's banning people like that for like your own mental health. For your own mental health. There's such a thing as spicy, abrasive people who will bring interesting arguments to your attention, and those people are worth tolerating. However, if somebody is just constantly insulting you, then fuck it, block them. It's not worth the mental stress. So I feel like Rob might not be blocking enough people who are insulting him. And then as a result, he's letting some of these comments, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. I think he's getting razor bladed right now, metaphorically.
They know that if they have a radical coder, one time I was on a panel with him and I was talking about the double standard between how the law was enforced between the Trump team versus the Hillary team and the Biden team. And I came up with 20, an hour, a half hour before the show. I came up with a list of 20 examples off the top of my head. He claimed I was spreading disinformation. So here was the deal I gave him. Now, this is the worst debate advice I could ever give someone. I gave him the entirety of my notes. I said, here you go. And I gave him a month to prepare. 1 fucking month without changing the notes. I said, there you go, buddy. You prepare. You have 1 month. And I want you to go through these notes without my ability to change it. And I want you to show me where the disinformation is. And he got absolutely fucking wrecked. He got wrecked. He had a month with my exact notes. That was the topic. You think I'm afraid to debate that fucking guy? He knows. He knows what would happen. So he adapts the tactic, the same thing when I debated Destiny last time. I'm just going to shout over you the whole time and now you're wrong. Or when I debate Connor, same bullshit.
Dude, go into the weeds then. Let's do it. So this would be like, let's say this is all the reasons why Trump isn't a fascist. Trump was elected. Trump hasn't all the military that Trump has deployed into the United States is that they're defending federal buildings. Let's say the fake elector scheme is overblown. All right. The fake elector scheme was legal. And then I go, hold up. On the fake elector scheme, and an example of it being legal is in Hawaii. The Hawaiian representatives did something similar and they weren't prosecuted. So let's say that I interrupt and I say, hold on, Rob, you fucking arsler. The Hawaiian thing is not analogous at all. And the fact that you bring that up at all kind of shows that you're an asshole. Here's my, interruption point. Then let's fight on subpoint 1, subpoint 2 and counter argument. But what Rob ends up doing is he says, oh, you're interrupting me at point 3. Let me go ahead and nail out 4, 5, 6. And if you interrupt me on 3, then you're bad faith. It's not even, it's argumentatively unsound. It's stupid. People are allowed to disagree with you, particularly when you make a half dozen to a dozen points. We don't have to sit there for 5 fucking minutes letting you get out 6 different unrelated points. It's bad argumentation. It's bad debate. This is fucking cope.
Same bullshit every time. Now, it's one thing if I get an invite for fucking... Here's the deal, right? There's a lot of reasons to take debates. And the last debate course I did for the Crucible, I talked about. This was the lesson I gave. It sounds so fucking dumb. The precursor to knowing, right, what to do in a debate, like how to be a good debater, is asking yourself, why am I debating? Now, that sounds dumb. And I almost felt cheapish, like the debate course people or the debate club people are probably like, what? This is dumb. But it's actually one of the most important pieces of advice I can give someone. Let's say that you're debating because you want to make money. You want your channel to grow and make money. Okay? Let's say you're debating because you want to come across as a real likable guy. Let's say you're debating because it's just a hobby and you want to learn. Or maybe you're debating because you're trying to convince an audience to vote for a particular candidate. Wow.
And by the way, for all like 3 or 4 of those, I think my answer is yes. Although I don't expect you guys to be like, oh yeah, Connor's such like a chill and cool guy. I expect you to think I'm a fucking douche, but I expect you to be like, oh shit, I hadn't heard that before. That's interesting. Tristan Clark says a debate is where 2 people soy. Hold on. I read that the way that I wanted to read that. Tristan Clark says a debate is where 2 people say a point in under 2 minutes and the most claps is the winner. I liked it better when it was soy. Bud123 says, so are we getting chill points from now on? See, Bud123, you say that, but I would want Christian Blaris to evaluate last night's debate. Because for the first 2 hours, I would say I was chill points. I was letting, them say crazy shit. I wasn't really spurging too much. I would still correct them on things. I might interrupt them a little bit, but I wasn't being like a total douche. And then I would say like the last hour, I was like, you know what? Fuck this. And then I just kind of started going hard and calling them ableist slurs and all that kind of shit. So to be honest, Bud123, it might be a mix. It might be, I start out, kind of chill because I'm taking my hydroxyzine. And by the way, like, I don't know how you guys feel about my recent debates, but I swear to God, I've been letting people punch themselves out. When I'm on hydroxyzine, I've been letting people kind of like throw the dumbest punches in the world. And I think they end up looking like total fools and fucking idiots. So I don't know if you get that vibe from the recent debates, but I would invite you to watch probably my most recent Crucible my most recent Rage and Tomato, and also the debate from last night. And I would invite you to ask, because also even with the debate last night, there was something really funny. I forget what the fuck it was. It was some joke. It was some joke that Grace Thorpe's dad walked right fucking into. And I just let him jump right on the rake, both feet first, and fucking break his nose. And it was awesome. So anyways, you got to tell me whether or not you like chill points or angry points more. Doobie says there are some people you just can't let talk for more than 30 seconds because they'll ramble on forever and lay out 30 different things you need to deconstruct before even getting to the central claim. I mean, that's my argument. And by the way, I'll take it with a grain of salt that I'm a yapper. I'm 100% a yapper. But at the same time, if I start laying out 10 points and you want to argue about point 2 or 3, I will only lay out my 10 points in the intro or the outro, but I will of course fight on point 2 or point 3 whenever you guys interrupt. So, yeah. Yep.
I give one example that you guys might know from Andrew. Andrew debated this Mormon guy. He's a very pleasant man. Andrew crushed him. Objectively crushed this dude, and the dude knew it. He knew that on the individual facts, he was getting the shit beat out of him. Andrew's goal was to prove in a polite way, because he's not trying to shit on people of the Mormon faith, but that they're going the wrong way. This guy's goal was to make Mormons seem real nice. And you know what's funny? They both achieved their goal. The guy that Andrew debated got fucking wrecked, but he was a humble loser. And so when he walks away, it's like, yeah, I lost the argument, but was that ever my goal? He's like, well, it's just faith. It's just faith. And it's been real nice talking to you. You guys should come on over. Now, there may have been 10, 20 people that were like, I'll check this guy out. Why do I debate? Well, before this,
I'm interested. Tell me.
This was my job. Like streaming full time, I debated because I used to debate in college and I loved it. It was a game. And I wanted to play a game, much like maybe you would play Call of Duty, because it's fucking fun. That's why I'm debating. Now, there's certain debates that I have different rationale. 4 months before the election, I went into, I will not talk shit on Trump no matter what. All day, every day, and everything I did when it came to politics, get Trump elected, get Trump elected, get Trump elected. After that, here's where Trump fucked up. He screwed up here, he screwed up there, but not those 4 months. Every debate I took. And you can see my debate strategy was markedly different. You might debate.
I want to say the N-word with an A. Ninja. Did you just say for 4 months leading up to the election, you intentionally never conceded any point that Trump had in reference to being bad? Because one of the things that this motherfucker always accuses me of is being like a shill and a dick rider for the DNC. But I was criticizing the DNC. I was criticizing Kamala in public. I was criticizing the late, basically the fact that they swept Joe Biden's mental acuity for years. Because I try to tell the truth. I try to tell the truth as I see it, whenever I see it. So This motherfucker just said, oh, yeah, I shilled and dick sucked Trump because I wanted him to win as aggressively as possible. And by the way, that's politics. Politics is about power ultimately. So not making concessions to your enemies could be a way that you do politics. But I also think there's a value to telling the truth, because effectively what you just said is, I will lie by omission as long as it helps my guy win. My lie by omission was, hey, Connor, criticize Vosh because Vosh is a bad guy because he had Lolicon on his computer. And I said, nah, you guys know my opinion on Lolicon. I think it's bad, but I'm not going to make content about it. And they're like, you're a hypocritical piece of shit. You fucking lying sack of shit. Here you are freaking out on Chud Logic about food shops, 3 months earlier, and yet you won't freak out on fucking Vosh. What a piece of shit you are. Meanwhile, the same people who are making those criticisms, which I think includes Rob, I forget. It was at least the drama community. It might not have been Rob. It might have just been the drama community. But here's Rob saying, oh, yeah, like I swept for Trump for 4 months fucking straight. Because fuck it. We need to win. That's interesting. That is interesting.
So I might take a debate with someone because there's a lot of people watching. That's good. I might debate someone that I don't want to debate on a show like Tim Pool's show or Piers Morgan because there's a big audience. Right? There's no shame.
Damn, bro. He just out here just saying everything I said that he gave me shit for.
In that? Fine. I might debate someone because I think they're a challenge. Why the fuck would I debate these jokers? They bringing in an audience? No. They a challenge? No. So what?
Oh, I'm too big for Twitch and YouTube politics. I'm too cool for this. Is just the Rob's Fortress arc.
Why am I doing it? Well, because I have fun debating. And it doesn't have to be a big audience for me to have fun. But when I stop having fun? When people won't stop fucking interrupting. Now
Grassroots with the 50. Thank you, King. Won't be here much today, but wanted to chat to know. Much love, even Doobie smiley face. Well, thank you for the super chat, bud. Thank you for the fat super chat. Quick shout out to Malevolent Vet for the super chat. Tezzy for becoming a member. Gen X for renewing your membership. And Grassroots with the $50 super chat. Much love. Thank you, King. Now, I'm just going to pull up the drawing one more time just because I think it's funny as fuck. You keep interrupting me. Bruh. It's debate. It's not Rob's speech hour. It's debate, which means that if somebody hits you on a point, you get into the mud and you fight in the mud. That's fucking funny that you think that's not a part of the debate. That's cute.
my entire reason for being here is fucking...
Oh. Oh, no! No, he took it down. He took it down. No. That's like the funniest. That's the funniest result that could have happened is mid-review it gets taken down. Now listen. There can be a billion reasons why I got taken down, okay? It could have gotten taken down because they rebuilt the bridge with Raging Tomato. It could have gotten taken down because, Andrew was like, hey, this is a bad look. It could have gotten taken down because, the comments were nasty. There's 10,000 reasons why I could have gotten taken down, but I think that's funny as fuck. I think that's so funny that I'm reviewing Rob freaking out, talking shit about how he needs to go into his Fortress arc. And look at this. Connor sold out for so little. It's time to face the truth. What's so funny about this is I don't even think I don't even think he could articulate how he and I are any different. Even in this conversation, he was like, yeah, it's my job. Okay, so you're getting paid. Oh, it's my politics. Oh, okay, so you lied through omission about Trump for 4 months. Okay, so you're committing the same sin. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't even think how Rob could argue that we're different at this point. What was the other one? He had that stream recently where he was like, oh yeah, I'm a hypocrite. You know, Gavin McInnes pointed out that we're canceling people because of their libtarded opinions, and we're canceling them now. Yeah, I'm a hypocrite, and I'm actually ashamed that I previously had principles. So yeah, Rob, you and I, not so different. I would argue that I'm better in 10,000 ways, but I would be able to articulate how. That's funny, man. That's mad funny. I'm gonna take a little break and catch up with chat, because that's mind-blowing to me that unironically, while we're criticizing Rob spurging out on his chat, he privates the video. All right, we got 160 people cross-platform. We also got another super chat from WikiDitron for $20. I reject everything Grassroots just said, especially the things said about Doobie. Also, mid-review takedown is wild. I fucking love that. I think that's so funny. All right, quick shill. We will move into Hutch versus Straighter Aid, but like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Liking the stream is free. Telling your friends about the stream is free. Engaging in chat is cool. There's lots of cool, smart, interesting people down in chat. Super chats obviously cost money, but it's how we, stay alive. And the memberships if you got them. Thank you for your financial support and your viewership. Oh man, I think I'm gonna scroll to the bottom because I'm probably 20 minutes behind. I'll check out like Valor Media Network or Connor comments. Severin says, Rich hasn't fallen off. He's just punching bag of red letter media. I love Rich based. Bud123 says, I watched your debate last night. In that debate, I thought Angry Points was a better debater than Chill Points. Angry Points conceded points of agreement, and those arguments were more direct. I gotcha. So Spurgy Points. Fashion 40 says, Connor, say the N-word. It's fine. I can't speak for a few blacks in here, but I'll give you the pass. I mean, I appreciate that, but I can't. I'm employed. So if I'm not allowed to say the F slur or the R slur, I don't think I can say the N-word. Simple Loss says, Connor served in law enforcement and Marines. He can say ninja. He has the pass. I mean, I wish, but when we go independent, okay? When we go independent. Melody says, Connor did go after food shops for a while, so I guess he did, lol. Dude, I went after food shops recently, too. Rob says, we just stumbled right back into the political asymmetry. Destiny is upset about Rob will infinitely lie for Trump, and you tell the truth. They're ghouls. Dude, that's a thing, man. That's a thing. Like, seriously, no matter what, if somebody asks me my genuinely heartfelt opinion, I'm typically going to answer. And if I don't answer directly, then I'll tell them why I'm not answering directly. So that's fucking bananas. That is bananas. Class is concealed due to a server outage, so I return, even though I could have left campus 3 hours ago. Well, Darth Panzer, if you're just returning, the funniest fucking thing happened. We were literally watching this content, and he fucking took it down. It was crazy. My entire reason for being here is fucking, this is a Canon Rob quote now, based. Should have downloaded it first. I should have. That would have been funny. I told you Rob is a man baby. See, a baby wouldn't pull their own video like that. Their skin isn't soft. It takes debates or self-delusion to reach Rob. So for instance, my initial coverage of the Destiny drama or whatever, it got hit with copyright. And I kind of everybody was like, give me a copy, give me a copy, give me a copy. And I was like, okay, well, I'll do the copyright challenge. And I did the copyright challenge and I wasn't in a huge rush to give it to him. And then I did the react the next day where I went over all my drawings and I thought they were perfectly fine. But they ended up finding a copy anyways, and I don't give a shit. But that's, and by the way, all these people are like, oh yeah, you did all these crazy drawings of Destiny's bad behavior and you swept for him. And it's like, okay, well, what do you disagree with? And then they don't say anything. And it's like, okay, all right, cool story. Christian Blair says Rob would 100% take it down. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. That's funnier than me finishing it. You need to match his dono amount for your point to supersede his. That's probably true. Purple Politics Breakdown says, what's good? Although competing with grassroots is dangerous. What's good? It's Rodell from Purple Political Breakdown. What's up, man? How you living? Yeah. Rob is live and said he is going to explain why he took the video down. Oh, should we stream snipe? That could be funny. It's mean to Sarah, and he doesn't expect her to give him 10K, lol. Well, hold on. Let's take a look at that. That could be like a perfect way to end the segment. Let's see. YouTube. Let's do a little stream sniping. The video is back up now? No, Rob went live and he said why he took it down. Apparently.
Man. Normal American Show with host Rob Noerr. Man, I picked a bad day to sleep in a little and then my phone died. That's stupid. Let me explain to you what happened. So I got an iPhone. And I
don't care about that.
But here's the problem. The one I had that was USB-C or some shit like that, and it plugged right into the video.
Don't care about that.
I promise. For crying out loud. I'll explain. Fuck it. Give me a second. I set the video to private. I'll explain. Give me a minute. Nonetheless, here we go. So here's the deal, right? I slept in. My phone was dead. I didn't know it. I had some calls to make some people behind the scenes like, my mod
sorry,
EOBs
one
helped me
second. Sorry, I pulled it up, but I wasn't I didn't give you the excellent visual. Let's give you the visual.
with the Discord shit like that, setting up with that. So I know. Now I have an editor, Black Elk, who is the shit. He is the best. He's amazing at what he does. I didn't realize that he put up a video about the Sarah stuff. I was kind of looking to move past it, so I thought when I was coming up, I was setting up some shit with EOD disc channel shit, like helping out with the Discord, stupid stuff. Well, not stupid, important stuff, but getting a plan going forward. And I thought, well, maybe I should have not had a video up about this shit if I'm trying to move on for it. So I set it to private until I thought about it. That's what happened. I don't know. I'm of mixed feeling. I guess people deserve to know. The fact that the video said Sarah owes me $10,000. I don't want Sarah to pay that money. And if for whatever reason Sarah would send me $10,000 trying to apologize because Andrew sort of made a quote ultimatum, I would insist upon, if Andrew insisted that I take it, then it would go probably to the veterinarian clinic that fixed my dog up. That's probably where I would send that money. Because that's a pretty cool vet clinic and they really help my dog. But I have no interest from the perspective of Sarah. I think it would be absurd for her to do that. I think it would be a bad idea. And I think that it's probably best everyone just walk our separate ways. That's how I feel about it. But
I mean, that's okay. I don't care about that. I'm not going to make it like super, oh, what a pussy. He took his shit down. He was talking all that crazy shit and then he took it down. Oh, what a loser. You know, like that's what most people do, right? That's what most people do. But if Rob was mad and then he expressed his anger and then he's like, you know what, fuck it, I want to move down. I mean, I still think it's kind of like bitch made to be like, oh, I can't do open panels anymore because these fucking losers, you know, they just argue poorly. It's like, oh, okay, so you weren't built for Twitch and YouTube political shit in the first place. All right. You got too big in your britches, you know. You can't hang with the fucking the drama piranha at the bottom of the Twitch and YouTube political feed. But let's see if he says anything else interesting. I'll give him a minute or two.
I guess it's too late. People already saw parts of the video. If I'd have saw it this morning before anyone saw it, I'd have been like, let's not put that video up. Or at least let's title it in a way. But you see, the thing is, Black Elk is an absolute fucking Chad. He absolutely is. I'll put it back up now. I don't give a shit. Black Elk's the man. And what he does is absolutely amazing. The way he sets those thumbnails, all of that shit. Sorry, the video's public now. And I don't second guess him almost ever. So we're going to say, fuck it. It's up there. We'll live with it. So can I pay $10,000 and be part of the Crucible? I mean, you could just be part of the Crucible without paying $10,000. You just go over and sub to the channel. Yeah, I haven't watched the video. I'm assuming it's a good video. So it's up. There it is.
You just put it back up. Okay, now we got to finish it. Wait, what? Oh, no. He put it back up. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Okay. All right, I guess we got to. We got to now.
It's fucking gone.
Dude, a midstream takedown and then a midstream put back up. I'm gonna click download. I'm gonna download it. He doesn't fucking delete it randomly. Oh, that's funny. That's mad funny. Okay, it's downloaded. We should have it. That was crazy. All right, anyways, back to it.
I don't give.
Yeah, somehow the content returned. I know. I'm gonna leave it at 125 though. I'm gonna leave it at 125.
Fuck anyone. If you can't shut your fucking mouth for 3 seconds to listen to me respond, then fuck you. I don't need this. It'd be different if it was bigger name people, or if it was people that I thought were more competent debaters, or it was on a bigger platform like Piers Morgan. I'd probably stick it out. But over and over, I've been asked myself, and I've asked my audience, I'm like, what am I supposed to do? This keeps happening. Sarah said it. You saw in that DM, Sarah, you're a target now. They do this stuff because they know it bothers you. Bothers me. The people interrupting me so I can't get a word out. Yeah, I guess that's a little bothersome. Sure. But I noticed Sarah wouldn't allow someone like Andrew to be bothered that way, because Andrew would say, what the fuck is this? If you're not going to let me talk, I'm fucking out of here. Goodbye. So it's at this moment after Ryan is showing that he's going to interrupt, and I'm like, here we go again. We're 20 minutes into a 2-hour debate.
I don't even think that's true though. I've never seen Andrew bitch about moderation. Now maybe it's happened. Maybe it's happened and I'm just unaware. But my understanding of Andrew is Andrew can be chill, but he throws down when he needs to throw down. And so if you go bad faith, he goes bad faith. If you start insulting, he starts insulting. Like, now, Andrew, weirdly enough, when he's arguing, he can interrupt you all the fucking time. And then when you start to talk, he interrupts you. But I mean, I've done it in the past where I've debated Andrew and then I let him go on like a 2 or 3 minute spiel because he was like, hey man, let me get my idea out. And I was like, okay, fine, fuck it. Get your idea out. And then I waited 3 minutes and I took notes on what he was saying. That way I had the counter arguments. Then I started bringing up my counter arguments and then he interrupted my counter arguments. And then I was like, hey man, I just gave you like 3 minutes. Let me get mine. And then he was like, all right. And then he let me do it. So, and I think that probably happened 2 or 3 times in my, relationship with Andrew. So while Andrew, he's pissed me off for sure. Andrew's pissed me off for sure, but I still think that Andrew doesn't really cry about it. He just throws elbows.
Entire debate going, let me finish. And then they all get, Rob's getting more upset with it. I'm done. So I say this. I'm going to refuse to speak while people interrupt me. I don't give a fuck. I'll sit here silently.
Cool, that's fine. Awesome. Then that means I get to talk more, right? Okay.
So I say then I'm going to refuse to speak if people are interrupting me. I'll sit here silently. My opponent says, cool. That's more time for me to talk. All right. Now I'm thinking right now, well, what am I going to do here? What's the plan, Rob? And I don't know right now.
Cool. So again, the system is working. Police are arresting people. Even the ones who assault officers, they're being arrested. People are being charged. People who are committing crimes are being arrested. The system is working as it's supposed to. The Insurrection Act is.
And now I know what I'm going to do. That's how long it took me to be like, it'd be funny this time. I'm just going to mute these motherfuckers and mute myself. If Ryan says, cool, you sit there silent because I got shit to say, then talk all you want, motherfucker.
All right, I got to sing happy birthday. I've sung happy birthday to multiple people. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lord Red Fang. Happy birthday to you. Now go eat some sugar. Go eat some sugar and or your favorite food. Your favorite lunch, your favorite dinner, your favorite cupcake, your favorite cake. Doesn't matter what it is. Go get it and eat it. Then, what was I saying? There's something funny that I wanted to address. S says, lol, Connor, why does Rob sound like Porky Pig? Probably because I got him on 1 1/4. That's probably why. Melody says, you got to do the happy birthday song while staring directly into the camera. My bad. I'll get it next time.
You can have
now sing it like Skylar imitating Marilyn Monroe from Breaking Bad while staring into the camera. I'm good.
the whole fucking show, big man. You can have it all. That's how quick I came up with, I know what I'll do. I'm not just going to leave the panel. They'll say you rage quit. So I'll keep my picture there and I'll talk to my audience. Everybody's a winner. Ryan can say that I bitched out. He gets all the time to talk. He's the greatest debater in the world. He had so much important shit to say. There you go. You get all the time in the world. But I remind you, what did he say? I'm going to refuse to speak while people interrupt me. I don't give a fuck. I'll sit here silent.
Cool, that's fine. Awesome. Then that means I get to talk.
I'll sit here silent. Cool. That's fine. Awesome. You got it, bud. How'd their panel go once I left? And Andrew's absolutely right. And it's something I didn't say this morning. They don't have a show without me. I am the audience there. I'm a small fish, but I'm a bigger fucking fish than them. If I get like Sam Cedar to come on and debate me tomorrow, you think I'm just going to spurg out and interrupt him the whole time? So he's like, you know what, man, I don't need this. I got a way bigger audience. You go fuck yourself. That would be real dumb of me. So that's it. That's what happened. In a vacuum.
So Rob understands clout perfectly and understands how people behave for clout. Interesting.
If you just look at that and say, that's not the worst interruption I've ever seen, totally true. Other fair criticisms. You could have handled it better. You could have done something else. It's true. I could have. I don't, some people might be disappointed that I was like, fuck you. My point was, you asked me to be silent because you wanted to keep interrupting because you had so much to say. Okie dokie, I'll be silent. Now let's see how well your time goes. Let's see how much fun you have and let's see how many views you get. Good luck. Jake Rattlesnake raids me, so I'm feeling a little mischievous because I like fucking with Jake. Jake, what'd you think of the next move here? What'd you think of what I did next? Oh, well, maybe Jake wasn't that impressed, but he raids. And I'm like, oh, I just did the extravaganza earlier with Jake. And we were playing a clip from this guy that does these ShamWow commercials, right? And that guy might be coming on the extravaganza next week. So they're messaging me in the back. This toasted guy's messaging me like, they'll bring you back up. They'll do 2 minutes. You talk 2 minutes, then them. I say, okay. So they bring me back up. And I just basically say, hey, Trippy, I'll make it up to you, man. Sorry about this. But, clearly Radical Coder has so much to say. And what could I even say? So I just wanted to mention that Vince, the ShamWow guy, might be coming on the extravaganza next week. So I wanted to read the famous ShamWow commercial. And that's what I did for a minute and a half. And then they realized like, oh, this guy's fucking with us. That's true. I am. And that's what happened. So that's the whole story of what I did yesterday and why I did it. Tired of fucking people.
Wow. So based. You got into a debate and a bunch of shitters were treating you poorly. So you decided that you didn't want to play the game anymore. So then you read the ShamWow commercial. Amazing.
People speaking over me. I don't need these fucking people. The only reason I'm there is for my enjoyment and hopefully the enjoyment of my audience. It's not enjoyable to me or them if people are just spurging out talking over me. Moderators weren't stepping in. I wasn't dealing with it with another night. I said, I'm going to sit here quietly until you stop interrupting. They said, great. Then sit there quietly. I said, you got her, dude. So now I want to get to Sarah. Sarah, then you saw it, right? It's not necessarily that Sarah said a bunch of shit. It's that she sat there while they were shit talking. That's the issue. That's the fucking issue. And all these fuckheads came over from Dusty's channel last night. First, I dealt with the fuckhead from Sarah's panel. It wasn't Sarah's fault, though. It was she was doing a panel herself, moderating it with Connor Points, who I fuck with all the time because he's trash. And one of his supporters came over and he spurged out and got wrecked. He left. Then this dude came. He was a nice guy, but man, fucking out there. I talked to him for like an hour. Now, this is after I closed the showdown. I was like, thank you so much, everyone. We do a little thing called the Griftathon. The show ended. I was just saying my goodbyes. These people start coming in. Now, these two weren't connected with Dusty, but the rest of them all were. So it took me.
Dude, okay, sorry. Here's another thing because we're kind of getting like more details than I necessarily need in order to understand what's going on, but that's okay. Like I said, I'm a fairly verbose person, so I don't resent anybody else's verbosity, if that's a word. But I guess my frustration with this is like, I go into hostile spaces all the time. Like I assume a lot of people are like, oh, you're just like a Destiny dick sucker. I seriously think like probably 70%, 80% of DGG does not like me. They don't like me because I criticize Steven. Sometimes I criticize Stevens to his face. Now, a healthy chunk of people are like, well, at least you criticize him from a perspective that seems to be good faith. And at least even when we don't agree with your arguments, you seem to be making your arguments from an earnestly held point of view. Therefore, we respect you at least for that. So used to not like you. Well, yeah. See, I don't know if you're saying that you used to not like me or you're saying DGG used to not like me. Maybe it flipped. I don't fucking know. But anyways, I kind of view DGG. Most of DGG has embraced you. Oh, okay. Well, maybe shit flipped, but I kind of view DGG as a relatively hostile space. More than 20%. Okay. All right. Fair enough. But the point is that, like, I think that at minimum, if it changed in the past 6 months because I'm the only person that didn't like openly try to backstab Steven or whatever, then I would say that 6 months ago or a year ago, that was not the case. I would put it at like 70-30 that people who didn't like me compared to people who liked me in DGG. So I viewed it as a hostile space, not a friendly space. I just knew that I could crack out a few good eggs. Okay. So anyways, and some of those good eggs are in my chat. But it was the same thing with Crucible. It was the same thing with, Sarah Tomato. It was the same thing with Dylan Burns. It was the same thing with Twitch in general. I'd expect that the vast majority of people are not going to like me. I'm just going to be able to crack away a few good people who are going to come and be a part of my community. So having this whole like fucking spurg out because the audience doesn't like you or the other panelists don't like you, who gives a fuck? That's like the nature of the space. So I think that he's expecting loyalty where it should not be expected.
Like halfway through the first caller to realize, I see what's happening. You're a fan of Dusty's. And by the time I got to like caller 2 or 3, I realized, oh, they're probably all together on a channel. I wasn't surprised when someone after the stream at like, 4 a.m. or some bullshit, right? Was like, hey, Dusty's got all these people on the panel right now. Like, I check my phone as I'm hopping in the shower. And surprise, surprise, there's fucking Sarah. And I'm like, what the fuck? And there she is. Now I'm pissed off that it's like, you motherfucker. You sent me this unsolicited advice previously and all this bullshit. And I kept my mouth shut, basically. I said your moderation wasn't that great, but that's it. Ask my channel. I was like, hey, I wish Sarah the best. Open panels aren't for me anymore. Good luck to her. And I always talked to her up. I said, I want people that are right-wing. This is something.
Yeah, so here we go. Melody says, the only issue I have is Connor repeating his issue with Destiny, often lol, but I've come to accept it like my parents telling me to get married every time I visit. Best.
That Andrew and me have in common. We want the right to win everything. Everything. If we have a streamer with 2 followers, we want them to fucking crush the left-wing streamer with 2 followers. That's how we feel. So when it comes, you're going to have people that do panels and shit. We don't want the fucking left-wingers to have the best panels. We want the right-wingers. It's not something I'm interested in doing, having a panel. Good for Sarah. To this day, I think Sarah does a good job at setting people up. Like, it's a fucking pain in the ass to contact multiple people, to get a topic lined up, to get the people on board, blah, blah, blah. That's a pain in the ass. I think Sarah does a fine job with that from what I've seen. I think she's a terrible fucking moderator. So she's giving me this advice. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And there's nothing I hate more than like this fake, like, let me help you out. Like from a place of condescension. Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? What are you talking about? Oh, thanks so much for your help. Thank you. Wow, I didn't think of that. Here, I thought the panels, even if they were supposed to be fucking a little more loose, you were still supposed to be able to hear each other. That's what I thought. Not just...
This motherfucker's been on Prime as much as I have. Well, probably not. I was actually on Prime Kai for like 6 months straight as like the center-right heel. But at the same time, it's not like he wasn't on Prime Kai for a long time. It's not like he wasn't like a shitter Twitch YouTube poll debater. I would say this is like forgetting your roots. That's what this feels like. I swear to God, I feel like he got a strong patron in Andrew Wilson, effectively hiring him for the job. And, good for him. I'm happy he's full time. I think that when it came to MAGA debaters, Rob was at least able to string a couple of sentences together, which is, not always the case for pro MAGA people. So I'm happy he found a niche. I'm happy he found full-time employment within the entertainment sphere. But I also, holy shit, talk about forgetting where the fuck you come from. You're a fucking shitter. Like, what the fuck? Bro, someone make a compilation of all the times Rob has interrupted his opponents. I don't even give a fuck about that. But like, you should be ready for arguing on sub points. That's my main point. I don't even care if Rob's a hypocrite when it comes to interruptions. I care that Rob should be ready to deal with interruptions. He's been in the space long enough.
Talk through it. All right, though. But whatever. I didn't say anything. Now, if I would have...
Rob is not a lawyer as far as I know. I don't think he has a JD. He was working in home health care. I think he was working in like hospice and nursing for a while. I don't know if he worked hospice, but he worked like home health aid for a long time.
While I was showering, turned on Dusty's panel, and it would have just been Dusty and these goofs. I'd have probably started my show today before the call-in show and been like, oh, man, big fucking Dusty, these trolls. Yeah, I'm done dealing with these fucking people. Anyways, moving on. But there I saw Sarah. I'm just going to say this. I happen to be privy to the fact that Sarah and me may be working together in the future on things like DebateCon or other projects. So I'm like, why the fuck would you, why would you do this? Why would you you got something to say? Come say it to my fucking face. You're going to go on a panel for 3 hours. She sat in that fucking panel because I went back and checked.
Did she say anything bad, or was she just sitting there without interrupting other people talking shit about you? Because again, this is like expecting loyalty where none is necessary. I don't expect a moderator to interject to defend my honor. I would never expect Dylan Burns. I would never expect there to be a panel where half a dozen people are in the chat or in the stream and they're talking shit about me, and then Dylan Burns is like, "Hold on, guys. Did you know that Connor is cool for XYZ ABC reason?" I would never fucking expect that. Nor would I expect that of Prime. They're moderators, they're hosts. The whole point of them is to bring people together. It's not to interject their own opinions.
3 hours? You sat in that fucking panel while they talk shit on me and you're yucking it up and all that shit? Then they intentionally sent trolls over and you sat there the whole time? 3 fucking hours? I saw this about 30, 40 seconds after I fucking turned Dusty's video on, and I about died of laughter. In fact, I woke my wife up laughing from the bathroom.
Well, I think this is what happens when people fuck with the panelverse that way. Right, if you're not a panelverse person and you come in and you try to fuck with the panelverse people, like they will all band together.
Yeah. I would say that this attitude of like, oh, I'm bigger than you. Who the fuck are you? Who are you, Twitch and YouTube political shitter? Yeah, I would say it's off-putting. I would say it's off-putting like a motherfucker. I think it's off-putting to me.
Like, you just can't do that. You can't go around to panelverse shows and flip out on.
I want to be clear here. She's not just talking about last night. As I said, she sent me a message on the 8th saying they target you because blah, blah, blah. And what I didn't mention was Dusty came on my show on a call-in and got fucking schooled like the goof he is. So what Sarah's talking about is, well, I've been fucking with her friends on her panel, what she calls the panelverse, and they're all going to stick together. So, hey.
No, even people who would typically like you. I think there's plenty of right-wingers and red pill people who would think that this behavior is not couth. I don't even know what the fuck couth means, but I think there's plenty of motherfuckers that would think that this is a violation of the etiquette. Being like, who the fuck are you? Matter of fact, I don't know if y'all remember this, but one of the reasons why Destiny got props through recently, probably through 2024, is because he continued to deal with shitters. Like that was something that I complimented him back on, like in 2022. Like Lav and Mr. Girl were backstabbing him. And he was like, okay, if anybody has anything to say, then come onto the show and fucking, come say what you got to say. And I went on the show because some people were talking shit. A lot of people were singing his praises. But I was basically like, yeah, man, like the one thing that I really respect you for is the fact that you are willing to talk to shitters despite having a well-established stream. It's something that I think is good for Twitch and YouTube politics. I know you technically don't need to do it. And so I respect you for being willing to talk to shitters and take shitters seriously and create content out of it. And he was like, oh, stop glazing me. Get the fuck out of here. And I was like, damn, bitch. I was trying to compliment you, you fucking bitch. But for me, like, that should be the attitude. I think that's like a borderline of public service. And so to have Rob being like, who the fuck are you? It's like, who the fuck are you, dude? What, you got like 150, 200 viewers? Maybe Andrew's rating into you, so you're getting 300 to 1,000 or whatever. I have no idea what fucking Rob's numbers are these days. But let's be real. If you were working part-time in perpetuity, you would be hard stuck between 100 and 200. You would just be hard stuck. So it took Andrew saying, hey, Rob, I like you. Let's pull you out. Let's make you full-time. Whatever success you have is because of a specific patron. So he sometimes got to a 300. Good for him. Listen, dude, like I said, I think Rob's above average for a MAGA person, but my bar for MAGA debaters or MAGA political pundits is on the fucking floor. So, this whole like big, trying to little bro the panel scene. Let's go ahead and look up couth real quick. Let's see what couth is. Google. Uncouth definition. a person of a person or their appearance or behavior lacking good manners, refinement, or grace. Yeah, I would say this is not very graceful. It's not very graceful to get 300 live viewers and then be like, you guys are a bunch of shitters. I don't need you.
You got to know. You start going after them, they're all going to brigade your channel. But listen what she says next.
Go around to panelverse shows and
plural
flip out on hosts.
Plural.
And get mad at hosts or
plural.
Or fuck with host shows and do that kind of stuff and then expect everyone to turn and look at you and be like, oh yeah, come on back.
In other words, she's saying her, that I fucked with her in her show. Why? Because I said her moderation wasn't very good, but then I respected her and wanted things to go well? Because at one point I was frustrated when I'm getting fucking spurged over and someone says, nope, I refuse to answer what you talk about. And I said, well, it's me or them. There's no sense in me being here. That's it? Oh, well, you fucked with the panelverse, sir.
You know, like, I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
I suppose you're right. I suppose I didn't know the power of the panelverse. Now, I have an editor whose name is Black Elk, who's the best. Enjoy.
I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
Oh shit! Not the panelverse! Oh no! Not the fucking panelverse! Beware the panelverse from the foul of the
panelverse. What?
Who can know the great Sarah Tomato? The power she wields. The power of the panelverse. Very good. It's over 9,000! Oh.
All right. Quick chill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, parasocial love. Thanks for being here.
Man, don't fuck with that panelverse. You fuck with one, they're all coming at you, baby. Okay. So.
No, that's not even, dude, I don't know how Sarah actually meant that, so I'm not trying to put words in her mouth. But the way that I would say that is, Wick is the host of Wick TV, and he's on panels. I guarantee you Rob's bitched about his moderation. Prime is the host of Prime Kai, Reverie Roundtable, and I guarantee you that he's bitched about his moderation. Dylan, I'm sure that Rob's bitched about Dylan's moderation at some point, although Dylan's been out of the game for a couple of years now. So the point is that if you're a pain in the ass, if you bitch a lot, if you whine about getting interrupted, if you're getting as good as you're giving, and you make it everybody else's fucking problem, then yeah, they're not going to want you around. Now, there's a certain element to the fact that you kind of become the target of bullying, where if you piss off the host and you piss off the other guests, then it can be fun to bring you on just for you to get stomped on. But then that's not ultimately not long-term fun for the host, and ultimately not long-term fun for the person who's getting stomped on, unless they really like 5v1s or 7v1s or whatever. So yeah, it's like it's a toxic atmosphere, but I feel like Rob's contributing to it.
Now here's the thing. I appreciate Andrew having my back, and I appreciate the people in my audience that were like, fuck this. I'm a petty asshole. I'll fully admit it. I'm a fucking petty asshole. I can be professional. I can say fuck you and be petty and still work with you. And I assume that would be the case. If I said shit just about Sarah today, I'd still see her at DebateCon, and I'd be like, hey, what's up, Sarah? I wouldn't be your fucking friend. I wouldn't go out to dinner with her.
Lauren says, as a conservative, Hart, I'm fine with young Republicans using every racial slur, but if a Democrat posts a word for word quote of something Charlie Kirk said, that makes me enraged. I mean, listen, let's just say that in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination, people were like, oh, he was such a moderate. And I'd post a quote and they're like, wow, are you saying that he deserved to be killed? I was like, no. And then as soon as like that super chat or that group chat came out, they were like, oh yeah, this is all just jokes. This is all just banter. And I'm like,
But fight. They need help. Set up some chairs. Get this set up. We need someone to fill in for a debate. No problem.
Yeah. See, Christian Blair has the right spirit. Rob should just send Sarah a mean super chat. He would feel a lot better, and it wouldn't be such a B-word made move as making a video, taking it down and putting it back up. Listen, man, tell me that you didn't have some catharsis making it rain on Raging Tomato, and then her being not angry, but her being a little spicy about your spicy super chat, but then her ultimately reading it because of the dollar amount. I thought that was funny.
I'd do it. I'd be professional. When she gave me that passive aggressive bullshit, about the advice. That was October 8th. So after I saw this, I decided to say, hey, by the way, I didn't respond last time because I thought better of it. Was like, it's not worth starting drama. But now I responded. And I basically said, listen, thank you for your unsolicited advice. You're right. I didn't know the awesome power of the panelverse, but I'll definitely be talking about it tomorrow morning on my stream if you'd like to join. She's like, it's tribal, whatever, but I'm busy tomorrow now. And I was like, okay, just wanted to give you the opportunity to let you know I'm inviting you on before I talk about it. And she's like, I'm sensing some sarcasm. Very astute, very quick, that one. I was like, not really sarcasm. She told me to have fun, or just, they'd keep piling. I'll give you the exact language. Tribalism, it's fine. It's a lot of people aren't happy with you disrespecting Trippy on top of other things. They all stick up for each other with stuff like that. I have plans tomorrow. I recommend laughing it off, or they'll just keep poking. So I told her I would laugh it. I was going to laugh a lot. She said she sent sarcasm. I said, nope, it's not every day we get to survive the panelverse. But since she was so generous in offering me some unsolicited advice, I'd like to return the favor. So I was hoping.
All right, just quick shout out. Thank you. Thank you, Tessie, for the membership. Thank you, Gen X, for renewing. Thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, and Wiki Ditron for the super chats. Parasocial love.
She would tune into my show today because I had a lot of advice to give her. Then, of course, the first half of the show, I didn't know what I was going to do. Part of me was like, don't fucking insult her. But I started off the show and I knew this was good. I just pretended to cry and fucking 45 minutes of, oh my God, I have a fucking wife and kids. Wife and fucking kids. And now I have the whole damn awful force of the panelverse after me. You know, that shit. And then I went to the bathroom and I was like, you know what? Fuck this. So I came back and got more serious and was like, I think you're a fucking dog shit moderator. Passive aggressive bullshit. Playing favorites with people that are beneath me. So fuck you. I said it then, I'll say it now. I think there are things that are more important in life than what I do here. Being a good parent, just being a good person. And I have nothing that I've seen from Sarah that suggests that she's not a good parent and she might be a very nice person in real life. I don't know or care. But this is, at the end of the day, petty online debate bullshit, drama bullshit. That's what it is. This isn't like someone attacked my family or anything like that. And that's true of the other people involved in this, Dusty and the company. They came on, they trolled me on the channel. Okay, whatever. They didn't try to get my.
Gen X for $5 says, please never say the panelverse.
Channel ban, to my knowledge, and just fucking with me. Ruining the show for the night by being trolls, making fun of me. No big deal. So I'm not fucking asking for her like to be ruined. And I fully intended that I'd probably still end up working with her if it was in the context of working with DebateCon or the Crucible or something like that. And maybe there's some things behind the scenes that I can't tell you about. But nonetheless, that's where we were. But then I teed off and was like, fuck you, you suck. You're one of the most replaceable people I've ever seen because you're one of a fucking million that rely on other people for your show's entertainment. You don't.
Okay, I don't think this is true. All right? I don't think this is true at all. Booking is a pain in the ass. You know how I know? Because I tried it. I tried it for like 3 or 4 months and I was like, fuck this. This sucks. You know why? Because, especially when you're like a biased debater like me, you don't want to invite the dumbasses on. You don't want to invite, no offense, but you don't want to invite Gibbs on. You might not want to invite the Thorpes on if last night was an indication of their performance. I know for a fact you don't want to invite Lecture Fan on. I actually thought for a long time that Danabo and Dylan Burns invited Lecture Fan onto the panel specifically to make conservatives look bad because Lecture Fan was such a fucking dipshit. He barely paid attention to the topic. Whenever he said anything, it was like a MAGA talking point. Whenever, not only was it a MAGA talking point, oftentimes he would just be like, this is why the radical left does X, Y, Z, A, B, C. I actually thought that Dylan Burns and Danabo were willfully trying to sabotage any conservative debate movement on the right wing on Twitch because they invited Lecture Fans so often. Now that I've done booking, I understand that probably what's going on is they invited a dozen people and 70% of them didn't respond, or the ones who did respond, half of the ones who did respond said maybe instead of yes. And so that's why I kind of stopped booking because it just ended up being Connor and the people he likes debating a topic for 3 or 4 hours. And it was fun. Like I enjoyed hanging out with all those people, but at the same time, like I had the same, relatively speaking, almost the same guests for like 2 or 3 months, just because I hated so many people and I did not respect so many people. So it takes kind of like a skill set to be neutral enough to not take it personal and to not get upset when people are bad arguers and to book them anyways because you know it's going to make a decent show. So no, I don't agree that these people are easily replaceable. Not only does Sarah do the booking and the debate scene and all that kind of stuff, but Prime Kai and Dylan and Wick, I don't view them as lazy. They might be quote unquote lazy in that they get other people to create the content, but booking itself and establishing like a well-balanced panel, that is a huge pain in the ass. So fuck that. Hard disagree.
Do anything. You're basically a fucking talent show host. Next up,
Yeah, and that's a pain in the ass.
this person. You ain't fucking moderating, so, and that's fine, by the way. You just gotta be nice to the talent. That's all. Now, I know I'm a small fry. I mean, I'm bigger than Dusty.
He always says this every now and then, just to know that he's still humble. Just so you know that he's still humble. He still throws out, oh, I'm small.
But she likes Dusty. Dusty's part of the clique. Connor, I guess, is bigger than me because he's buddies with Destiny, so he gets the big time me. I fully understand that the bigger person sometimes gets priority over the moderator and shit. That's fine. But I don't give a fuck. That's what I say. I don't need your ass. See ya. Fuck off. I don't care. That's it. That's where I left it. I made fun of her. We stayed until 3:30. Got a lot of money. Broke my dono goal. Not as good as night shift here. But we broke the goal. Had some fun. Ended the stream. Went to my son's Halloween thing. Now, I happened to notice that the fantastic Rachel Wilson was watching my show this morning. She's like, wait, what? I put the link. I was like, yeah, this stupid fucking idiot. That's what she's doing. Talking shit me, helping people troll me. Fuck you, Panelverse. By the way, that's the best part. That's so fucking cringe. The Panelverse. How fucking smug do you have to be? Well, us in the Panelverse. People just don't understand our power. No. What a fucking cringe thing to say. What are you talking about? Now, maybe she was drinking. I don't know. But holy shit. Are you kidding me? I mean, my goodness. Laughable. And they're all like, the whole nature of it, and you saw it if you're coming from Andrew's show or if you watched me this morning, they're like all sitting around after like they got done trolling me, and they're all like, the one dude's like, I don't think we did very good. And they didn't. And Dusty's like, no, we were all hilarious. We all did good. We'll try better next time or whatever. That's the Panelverse, baby. They can't.
Genex says, Connor gets to big time you because he's objectively more knowledgeable. Listen, man, I should pull up my Audible account sometime. I really should, because I actually have a lot of really good books in there. The Great Courses series in particular on Audible, I've probably done maybe, I would say on the low end, it's half a dozen, but I think on the high end, it's like 18. I think I've done like 18 Great Courses series. And what the Great Courses series are, is it's college level lectures almost for an entire semester's worth of content. You just don't have to take a test and you don't have to do homework. And some of those lectures are by like, Ivy League, Harvard, Yale, Oxford, Cambridge, like name a prestigious university, and the professors they hire for the Great Courses series are probably from those prestigious universities. And I did the history classes, and the history classes were fucking phenomenal. So on top of like the 18 credits or 20 credits or whatever I needed for my history minor for my degree, I also did like another half dozen to a dozen. I don't know. I'll have to take a look, but between a half dozen and a dozen extra history courses. And the thing about it is, it would be one thing if I had just like listened to those books and then motherfuckers were able to prove me wrong. But pretty much every single thing that I've ever cited out of those history classes, everybody's been like, yeah, that's accurate. Well, QC John says, don't sell yourself short. You hosted one of the greatest panels, listening to Chud and Andrew Wilson chastise Carissa Avalone doing a 6-man all-black no-turn piss gangbang. Laugh my ass off. That was a wild time in Twitch and YouTube politics. For those of you who don't know, I'm just going to share this even though it's gross. Hunter Avalone was a conservative who became like a liberal progressive YouTuber. And as a result, he took like a 90% hit to his audience. Well, him and his wife had 2 kids, and he used to use that as a talking point for why he was still more conservative than most conservatives that were online. And then him and his wife got divorced, and his wife was thinking about doing pornography, but she basically got exposed in leaked direct messages for considering some of the most hardcore pornographic acts I've ever heard in my entire life. Now, realistically, I think she was talking a fucking big game, and the second that it actually came close to happening, she probably wouldn't have done it. But at the same time, the fact that she was even considering the shit that she was considering was fucking crazy. Yeah.
Even fucking, they have to have little pep talks of themselves after they fail at trolling. How hard is it to troll? They couldn't even do that. They did. I swear they did. Here, wait. This guy in the top right's one of the guys that called in to troll. The guy below him trolled. I think this.
Well, I want to be the bigger person here and say that we got smoked, y'all. We got to take our losses on the chest. It's true. Even I don't know anything about the guy. I'll be fair here. I just know that he's like a standard conservative. But Ortho, pretty bad showing. The other guy, what's the guy with the hat? Really bad. I mean, that was like, following that was just like I was so secondhand embarrassed. I wanted to cry. But we can do better next time.
What?
We're gonna win.
This is their trolls admitting how shitty they are. I mean, you can't even fucking troll.
The song Olympics. Hashtag.
I wasn't there to troll him. Like
they're coping about their failures to troll.
I'm annoyed. Like I'm genuinely annoyed with him.
Dusty, come on, get in here, man. Pep him up. Give him the pep talk, baby.
Everybody did great. It was actually funny as fuck.
We all did great. Ignore that. We did great. You guys are super. You're the best.
Yeah, Christian Blair says Connor was supposed to fight the guy who released all the leaks. Yeah, so what was it? He was like, oh, you wouldn't come down here. You wouldn't come down here. And I was like, yeah, send me where you got. I'll fucking come out. Then we couldn't coordinate it on his end. Then I tried to coordinate it for Orlando. And then he got upset because I think I used the N-word with an A at some point. And then he was like, oh, man, I can't believe I made peace with you. I should have come down there and jumped you with my boys. And I was like, all right, well, options open. Let me know.
You did great. And then Sarah, let's play it one more time. It's fucking, let's hear it, Sarah. Tell us about the awesome power of the Panelverse. Are you ready?
Well, I think this is what happens when people fuck with the Panelverse that way, right? If you're not a Panelverse person and you come in and you try to fuck with the Panelverse people, like they will all band together. Like you just can't do that. You can't go around to Panelverse shows and flip out on hosts and get mad at hosts or fuck with host shows and do that kind of stuff and then expect everyone to turn and look at you and be like, oh yeah, come on back.
I don't want to come back. You fuckers want me.
You know, like
here we go. This is greatest, maybe the greatest fucking line.
So don't, man. Do your fortress arc, but everybody's gonna think you're pusillanimous. Do I need to invert that? Pusillanimous? Somebody said I was saying it wrong. I don't think I care. But pusillanimous, pusillanimous. Okay. So pusillanimous means showing a lack of courage or determination or timid. Okay. So with this word, showing a lack of courage or determination, timid, Vosh is in his fortress arc, man. Vosh has been in his fortress arc probably longer than he was in his debate arc. But I think everybody outside of Vosh fans feels like he's being pusillanimous. I don't know if I said it right. And that's because he came up in Destiny's community. He started debating. He had some good debates. He had some bad debates. But overall, he seemed like a dude who could throw elbows, and he was at least charismatic enough in order to carry a show. And then he had 2 or 3 bad debates. And then he was like, you know what? I don't need to debate anymore. I'm out. And then now he just shows up to stream a few times per week. He collects a few $1,000s for collecting Go. But I think everybody kind of thinks that he's a little bit cowardly. He's a little bit cowardly because he just fucking gave up. He was just like, yep, I'm not going to have anybody else challenge me on my ideas. I'm just going to comment on pop culture from now on. Like, let's go to his channel. Let's take a look at the last time that Vosh talked to somebody who wasn't like a far leftist. I don't even know if he talks to leftists. You know, this is supposed to be like the one of the thought leaders of socialism. Trump bad content, Mike Johnson's bad, AI bubble, Pete Hegseth, Zoran Mandami. Don't know who one of the people, Trump, Xi Jinping, Trump, this guy. So all he is he's a pop culture and political commentator now. He doesn't do any kind of debates. He just talks about shit. Let's take a look at the Vosh Pit. I think the Vosh Pit is a secondary channel where he kind of puts random shit in. So for Vosh Pit, he does Ozempic, Diet Coke, Supreme Court, George Santos. It's still pop culture and political commentary with no debates and no conversations. So yeah, I think people view that a little bit cowardly. I think that Andrew Wilson, as much as he ruffles feathers, I don't think anybody would say that Andrew Wilson is cowardly. They might make fun of him for the pickle jar incident. They might make fun of him for falling on his face a few times during debates, but I don't think anybody doubts whether or not he has balls. Even with Andrew Wilson's cringe, he still goes into the debate space and throws elbows. So yeah, I think Rob being in the Fortress arc is like, okay, you know what happens to people who go into the Fortress arc, by the way? They can make a living, and that's totally fine. But what happens to people who go in the Fortress arc is people forget you exist. That's what happens. That's what happens. People forget you exist because there's no longer the cross-pollination between YouTube creators and other creators. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Yeah, true. Seems like he's doing it for the good of his fortress. Yeah, but still. Laminius. What's Laminius? That sounds like a good word. I should know Laminius. Laminius. Definition. Oh, is that a word you made up? The inflammation of the lamina? Is that what you meant? The hoof wall to the coffin bone? Sorry. Did you say the word that you like is horse hoof inflammation? What is this? Although I guess this is laminitis, not laminius, but still, what? What is happening? I'm confused. I'm scared. I'm moving on.
That I've heard the past month streaming.
I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
I guess you're right, Sarah. I guess you can't just fuck with the panelverse, huh? So that's it. That's the fucking, I talk me some shit, and that's it. I'm ready to move on. The answer is no. Hey, Rob, Sarah's having an open panel. Will you go on? No. Hey, Rob, Radical Coder wants to know if you'll, no. Hey, Dusty would like you to, no. That's it. Done with all these people. I don't fucking care. If they could go on to become the fucking next Joe Rogan with $1 billion, and I'll say, good for them. Don't care. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I don't think Andrew would mind this at all. I'm at this event, this Halloween event with my son, and I get a phone call from Andrew. He calls, and I go outside, and I talk to him, and he's like, what's going on with fucking Sarah? What's going on? And I was like, don't worry about it, man. It's just bullshit. Don't fucking worry about it. And he's like, well, just tell me. And I was like, well, listen, she fucking big times me. She leads these fucking people talk over me in her panels and shit, and I'm fucking done with it. And she's sending me DMs, basically like, you know, oh, fucking, let me give you some advice and blah, blah, blah. He's like, what? I was like, yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. And I was like, so last night, I'm tired of dealing with these fucking people. I go on this panel or this fucking debate, and they're talking over me again. So I thought it'd be funny to give a little fucking, how you like this, apples? Right? Oh, you're right. You want me to be silent so you can talk? You're happy with that? Fine, fuck it. Go. You got 2 hours, motherfucker. Enjoy. Brief side note. I did fuck Trippy over. I don't know. I don't know if Trippy's a member of the panelverse or not. He's in a tight spot. That Nova chick that was moderating, I don't think she knew what the fuck she was doing.
I'm going to let him talk for a minute. We're at 43 minutes. I do want to do a substantive amount of transformative commentary, but effectively this has been a bitch session for the past 10 minutes, and I do think that we got the broad strokes. I do want to finish it out, though, because I do want him to say what Andrew Wilson did. I want to know what Andrew Wilson did, because I think Andrew Wilson made a drama video and said, oh, if you want Rob back, you got to pay this amount or some shit.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just think she...
Oh, and by the way, talking about Andrew Wilson. So Andrew Wilson was trying to big time Wick, and he was like, oh, you know, you won't fight me, you won't go in a cage, you won't do this, that, you know, I'll pay you 10 grand if you fist fight me in a cage and if you win. And then Wick was like, bet, let's do that, that sounds awesome. And then I was like, I volunteer to train Wick because I think that would be hysterical. I think it would be hysterical if Andrew Wilson kept smoking 2 packs a day, but then did boxing workouts. And then if Wick didn't smoke 2 packs a day, but started doing boxing workouts and maybe took some steroids, and if they beat the shit out of each other in a boxing ring, I wouldn't care who would win. That would be fucking awesome. That would be great content. Like, dude, if they both worked out for 6 months and got into a ring and whooped on each other, that would be phenomenal content. So I mean, I think that Andrew Wilson does have big time money. You know, he gets a few thousand live viewers. I think his super chatters are super generous. I think he has a lot of crossover and pollination with the Red Pill. I think they give him a shitload of money. So he does arguably have the money to put that together. They could, I think Wick is in Pennsylvania. I think he's in like Pittsburgh or some shit like that. I forget where he is, but he might not be in Pittsburgh, but he's in somewhere in Pennsylvania. Like you could easily find a boxing gym that would put on a sparring match between Wick TV and Andrew Wilson. And I would love to train, and I would love to be there live. That would be sick. I don't even care if Wick wins. Wick could win if he trained, but I wouldn't even care who wins. I think that would be fucking amazing content. Who else makes a full card? Hassan Piker and what's the Nazis guy? Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde and Hassan Piker is the Twitch and YouTube political fight that will never happen, but would be amazing. Destiny versus Nick Fuentes, I think would be amazing. Destiny versus Mike from PA would be amazing. I would fight Mike from PA. I would probably fight Hassan Piker. I would probably fight I would not fight Sam Hyde, or if I fought Sam Hyde, I would need to get like 6 months in a doctor to like prescribe me the exact right amount of steroids to fight Sam Hyde. Because Sam Hyde, I don't know if you've seen Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde's a fucking beast. So I would need good training, and I would need a good doctor, and I would need PEDs. But I mean, I'd do it. Is Mike from PA small? I don't think he's small. I think he's probably a couple inches taller than Destiny, but he's not like out of Destiny's height and weight class. He might be out of his weight class, but he's not out of his height and weight class. So, yeah, dude, have you guys seen Sam Hyde? Real quick, I know this is only partially relevant. Maybe I'm taking a little bit of a psychic break from him bitching. Sam Hyde, underage girlfriend. Interesting. Harland Williams, age, net worth, movies, height. Height, weight. Let's see. 6'5", so he's an inch taller than me. He has an 81-inch reach. That's crazy. He's 40 years old, so he might have a heart attack. But Sam Hyde. So this is where, weirdly enough, I have like a similar build, but I would need to do steroids to get that thick. He's actually a pretty tall guy. So in order to get that thick, though, like I think I have nice arms, but in order to get that thickness, I think I would need some PEDs. So, and there's just something psycho about him, man. There's just something psycho. I think like you could almost kill this guy and he wouldn't even notice. Anyways, back to it.
Didn't know what a roll was. It's like, I think I'm just...
Kiko says, 40's not that old. Come on. Well, I'm practically 42, so, you know.
Supposed to be here and switch the cameras and shit. Trippy, though, didn't do anything to me. Trippy said afterwards that I disrespected him. I did. And he's right to be pissed. And he didn't deserve that. I did what I thought was right by me, because fuck these two idiots, these interrupters, but it was at the expense of Trippy's panel. And I actually feel bad for that. And I will reach out to Trippy. And I don't think anyone should be mad at Trippy. Now, if he decides to be like, fuck you, I hate you, blah, 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 I'll say, okay, well, I tried, goodbye. I fucked him over. I did. And I am sorry for that. I legitimately mean that. And the guy Toasted that set up the debate, I fucked him over. But that's it. So if I will try to make it up to Trippy, I'll be like, hey, man, if you want to do a different debate, me versus you have an opponent you would like me to pick as long as it's reasonable. You want to just have me on, I'll fucking raid over to you with all of my subs. I'll tell everyone, like, please give this guy a chance. I think he's always been reasonable when I've heard it. I really mean all of that. So I tell him, I'm like, yeah, I was like, well, you fuckers basically don't have anything without me, so fuck it. You're telling me to be quiet because you want to talk more, and that's a good thing? Then I'll be quiet for 2 hours. Enjoy. Then as I told Andrew that, and I was like, then I did a little joke with the ShamWow shit when they brought me back on.
Oh, Destiny versus Pisco would be awesome because it'd be like a frenemies fight. That would be so great. That would be fucking amazing. I wish Destiny would like DM me and be like, hey, bro, you know, Melina got me into lifting for a bit, but I kind of fell off. I kind of want to do something simple in order to get into shape. Because I think if Steven like packed on some shoulders and some biceps and some triceps, I think he'd be cooking. You know, he might not get so many homophobic Twinkie comments on Twitter if he had some arms and shoulders. Erudite versus Stardust, that'd be sick. So $20 from Grassroots. Thank you, King. As a Pennsylvanian, I apologize for Mike from PA, Andrew Wilson, and Rob Noerr. There's some bullshit in the water in here. I thought you were going to go with like the Asian meme where it's like, we trained him wrong as a joke. All right. But quick shout out. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, Gen X. Thank you, Wiki Detron. Thank you, Grassroots again. Thank you, Gen X again. Thank you, Tezzy. And thank you, Malevolent Vet, for your financial support today. Quick reminder. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out.
With them, okay. And I was like, so the night ends, and I fucking check. Someone sends me a message like, "Hey, fucking, they're all powwowing, talk about trolling you." And I go on, and I was like, "There's Sarah fucking Tomato again." It wasn't enough. She's super passive aggressive, DMing me a couple weeks ago. By the way, I didn't say shit to anyone about it.
Dude, Tristan Clark says a Panelverse Fight Club. That would be sick. I need to get with Modern Day Debates, and I need to do like a sideshow from Modern Day Debates where like everybody's already in town for Modern Day Debates, but they do their show on like Saturday, and then we do like a sparring boxing match on Sunday. That would be fucking sick.
So I'm like, I know. And the reason that Andrew is calling me is because Andrew works with Sarah. She books debates for him. And so I'm like, Andrew took a chance on me. So the last thing I want to do is cause fucking problems within his operation. And he's got a fucking ton of shit going on, which I happen to be privy of. So I don't want to cause him any fucking... I said, don't worry about it. Don't fucking worry. And he said basically what you heard tonight. Wouldn't matter if you're right or wrong. We're friends. I got your back. Fuck her. But you're not wrong. He said the last thing I told her was nepotism. We got each other's backs. We don't stab each other in the back. You don't go on a fucking panel that you weren't on with a bunch of people trolling one of us and sit there and yuck it up and talk about how, oh, you messed with the power. You don't do it. So fuck her. And if she'll do this to you, she'll do it to me. I would have no problem if Andrew was like, Sarah, that was a scummy thing. Anyways, let's move forward. I would say, fair enough. I didn't run to fucking Andrew. Andrew didn't feel the need that, like, I got to have Rob's back. That's not what happened.
Well, that's cute. I'm happy Andrew and Rob are boys and they're looking out for each other. No offense to my homosexual viewers. I do think this is gay. It's more gay than homosexuality, but that's okay. You know, fraternal loving relationships are a little bit gay. So it's gay. I think it's lame. I think the fact that, you know, Rob got upset and then Andrew was like, nah, fuck that. Nepotism. We're boys. You know, if she's going to attack you, then she's going to attack me. We're friends. We're in a tribe. I think that's lame, but you know, whatever.
That was she fucking stupidly went in that panel that was public that people that watch her show and mine would see. And once you make it public, then I'm going to fucking respond in public.
Yeah, man. So you know what would be sick, Tristan Clark? You know what would be sick? Is if you had a panel. This is how I would do it, okay? This move is genius. This is more important than the Rob drama, okay? This is more important. So what I would do is I would do a 8-person panel with tables for 4 people. Okay. Oh, hold on. I can do it better. I can draw it better. So let's say it's down here. And then what I would do, let's put the chairs here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I would put the boxing ring right here. Okay. And then what we would do is we would have a buzzer. Okay. And we would have a buzzer in front of each panelist. Okay. And so you can talk as much shit as you want. You could fight only one at a time. I would say the fight should only be one at a time. But you can fight any other person at the panel. And what you do is you just have the debate, right? Like, let's say it was like, we should defund Israel, right? But let's say that, like last night, you know, who is it? Fucking, God, why can't I think of him? Ben Thorpe. Let's say Ben Thorpe was like, Connor, you're a fucking pussy. You're volunteering my sons to die in a foreign war. I think you're a fucking loser. I think you're doing this for your self-esteem. Then what I can do is I can hit the buzzer. Bang! And then what the buzzer does is we both have to get up off our asses and we have to go into the fucking ring and we got to throw down for like 2 minutes. Like just sparring. Like we'll throw on gloves. We'll all be in gym shorts. You can wear a t-shirt if you want. You don't have to wear a t-shirt. You could be half naked. You could be whatever makes you comfortable. But when you do, then you got to get in the ring. And then I would say you get like a 5-minute breather or so. And then after that, the buzzer can go again. So let's say you just beat the fuck out of like the other person's team during like a sparring match. Well, then what can happen is you come back, and then one of their team can go meh after a 5-minute break. And then boom, you got to get back in the ring and you got to fight. So then it becomes like a balance of like, yeah, sure, you can have fun. You can talk shit. You might even be able to whoop somebody, but you have to know that if you go and whoop somebody, even if you win, God forbid you lose, but let's say that you win, well, then another team, one of their teammates can buzz and take you out. And then same thing, like, let's say that you're the person who's talking crazy shit here, but then they wait 5 minutes. Then another person could call you out and be like, you know what? I really don't like what you said. I'm a fucking stick it to you too. And then boom, you get your fucking ass kicked twice. Dude, I think that would be so sick. Like if it was sparring, like I'm not trying to say like 100%, like we should be knocking each other out and getting CTE and shit. But I'm saying like a 60% sparring match where like, yeah, you could take headshots every now and then, but realistically, a majority of the blows are going to the body. I think that would be awesome. I think this would be genuinely awesome fucking content. Let me say this. Debate boxing. I would do this. I don't have any friends with, or I don't know Keemstar, but I think Keemstar has some connections with the e-celebrity boxing world. I think like Twitch and YouTube politics, e-celebrity boxing. I think that would be sick. I think that would be amazing content.
That's that. I don't know that other than, I assume, Andrew's family, I don't know anyone that has his.
I don't plan on going to DebateCon at this time. If I get invited, I would probably go, but I would need to find a place to crash, and I would need to figure out transport. It's Nashville, so it's not that far, so I could probably drive, or I could fly, and the plane tickets probably wouldn't be that expensive. I would just need a place to crash, and right now I do have a lot of stuff that needs to happen financially, so it's just not a huge priority for me. But if Modern Day Debate said like, hey, we want you here, then yeah, I'd probably go.
Much admiration for what Andrew's done in this space than me, partially because I've been in space roughly around the same time as him, and I've seen just how damn impressive it is of what he's built and what he's been able to accomplish. I have one thing going for me. Well, I got a couple, but I'm a good debater. Andrew's a good debater. Andrew's one of the best debaters, but he's also.
I think Andrew is way too rhetorical. Way too rhetorical. I think the substance has fallen off. Grassroots20 says, that's why I exclusively drink water given to me by Peter Thiel, and ever since then I wanted to put every single living soul in jail forever. That explains it. You've been drinking the techno-feudalist water. That explains it.
An amazing planner, coordinator. He has an eye for building a community like I've never seen. I have everything that my channel is right now when it comes to the growth that I've received since I've gone full-time. Everything is literally either directly modeled from Andrew's channel or through him telling me to do things that are slightly different in person, telling me what to do. So I owe
Melody
90% of my channel's success to Andrew. I toiled away for years. Andrew used to tell me shit. He'd be like, listen, dude, what are you doing? Like, you're getting blacklisted. These fuckers are screwing with you. You're getting mass reported. I didn't believe it. All of a sudden, bam, 13 videos removed. 2 community strikes within a 10-minute period over nothing. He said, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful who you're going on with. These fuckers are trying to take you down in this because I was sort of on the Twitch politics sphere. I'm naive, man. I'm doing it. While I was toiling away at a home healthcare job, Andrew took a chance on himself, which is another thing that I think is so impressive, that he really took a chance on himself and built what he has. And he's one of the biggest streamers, conservative, and I don't mean biggest monetarily. I don't mean biggest viewers. I mean biggest in that even people that you would say arguably have more of a reach than Andrew are literally taking Andrew's philosophy and talking points and running with it. Watch Matt Walsh talk about trans issues or something. That's Andrew. Talk about feminism. That's Andrew. He is saying stuff in the space and has been saying it for 3 years that people now are just willing to say in the mainstream. Andrew Wilson, one day, while I'm doing home health care, working fucking 100 hours a week. I'm not joking you. By the way, I did work 100-hour weeks because I had to be at work 24/7 at least half the week. I did home health care with adults with disabilities. Long story short, not to get into it, I would stream when my
It's 5 frames per second because I have it at 1080p and I'm doing 1.25 right now, 1.2, just because I want to get through it. No offense to Rob, but we only got 5 minutes left of his content. I just wanted to see if there was any interesting nuggets. Truth be told, it probably could have been best summarized as Andrew had my back. But, you know, whatever. We love to yap, so we won't criticize his yapping too much.
My sleep shift would start, and I had a really bad day at work. The gentleman that I take care of primarily was having some rough health outcomes, and it looked as if I would probably not be able to continue that line of work anymore. So I was bummed. I was like, fuck. So I did a stream, and it's like, hey, man, prayers to my client that I take care of because the health is looking very poor. And I was like, I don't know what's going to happen, like with my job and shit, but we'll make it work. 5 minutes after I get off stream, Andrew texts me, hey, man, you got time for a call? I said, yeah. What's going on? So I talked to him. Here's the
Nah, he'll backstab Andrew just like Hassan did Destiny. No, dude. Conservatives are way less fucking backstabby than you lefty fucks. You guys do it like it's a fucking hobby, all right? No. I think even if Rob and Andrew split up, it would be public. Like, Rob would say, hey, you know, like over the past year or two, you've done this and you've done that, and I don't agree with that, so I'm going to go my own way. And then Andrew would be like, you know what? Fuck you, Rob. But yeah, I think that you're this, and this, and you're a bitch, and this, and this. But they would say it to each other's face. They wouldn't be like, I think they would say it to each other's face. I'm not going to lie.
thing. There's certain things that you can't talk about on air that you can talk about behind the scenes. So I give him a little more details that I wouldn't be comfortable talking about on air, just the specifics of my job, etc. He's like, come work for the Crucible. And I was like, I don't know, man. Like, he's like, how much would it cost? And I was like, man, my number one duty in the world is to provide for my wife and for my son. And he was like, yeah, well, let's work something out. And we did. And I've been working for the Crucible ever since. But not only that, I was able to stream full time. And Andrew's telling me, like, dude, you could make it as a full time streamer. I'd be like, bullshit.
Fashion 40 says, look how he's talking about the Raging Tomato. Come on, Connor. Yeah, but I don't think this is a backstab. This is a front stab. A backstab is doing fucking gay ops and talking shit behind the scenes while pretending that you still like somebody for clout. That's not what's happening right here. Rob is saying, hey, you fucked me over this way. Fuck you. That's not a backstab. That's a front stab. Like, I mean, maybe you could phrase it a different way, but I think having a problem with somebody and then saying it out loud to the world in view of that person, or even, I think he said direct messaged. I think he said that he direct messaged Raging Tomato and basically said, go fuck yourself. So that's a front stab, not a backstab. Rob is not Steven Crowder. I agree with that.
You're just saying that because you're a friend, you're being nice, but he's right. And that changed my life.
Zenith, we're probably going to do Straighter Aid and Hutch just because Joe Rogan, number one, they copyright. Number two, I don't know if I would want to watch them like kind of cope about like, wow, man, I really didn't think that the Trump admin would be that crazy. And then there's just like, yeah, they are crazy though. Like I'd kill myself.
If tomorrow my channel got demonetized and for whatever reason, Andrew was like, hey, Rob, it's been real, but I've decided my wife and our family we're moving to the Bahamas and living off the grid the rest of our lives. Peace. See ya. Sorry, can't pay you anymore. You'd never do that. But if that was the case, he's changed my life. I would never forget it. Just having these past 6 months to do things like be able to go to T-ball games with my son, to be home every night.
I'm going to trust North. So North, should we do Hutch versus Jessiah or should we do Hutch versus Straighter Aid? I'm going to trust North with this decision.
To be able to read to my son every night. When my son was growing up without me. That's what was happening. That, I will never forget that. I will always have Andrew's back. I don't give a fuck, no matter what. Now, here's the thing, though. I'm not the only one that Andrew's helped out in significant ways. And Andrew is the exact type of guy. I've said this for fucking 3 years. So many people portray themselves as these nice, friendly people online, and then they're pieces of shit that can't wait to stab you in the back. Andrew's a guy who portrays that people at least pretend is portrayed as this asshole, terrible character who's the nicest guy in the world behind the scenes. I've said that for years. I was like, it's like he inverted it. Everyone else is, oh, you're the best. You're great. Can you do me a favor? Can you do this panel for me?
Kristen Clark says, taking my 2-year-old daughter in for her autism juice injection. Wish her luck. Grillshaw Law, 8K IQ chat, and Connor, always a good morning when the crew is on. True. I wish your daughter well with her autism juice.
And then they're fucking you behind the scenes. Not Andrew. Andrew used to give me shit. Would you be interested in going on some bigger shows? Sure. Then why aren't you? I don't know anyone. Why didn't you ask me? Because I don't want to bother you. What the fuck's your problem? You want to get on a bigger show? Let me know. Let's do it. All of that was before tonight. And what
All right, yeah, we're gonna let Rob go, and then it looks like 2 or 3 of you said Hutch versus Josiah. We'll do Hutch versus Josiah, including North.
Andrew did tonight was probably one of the kindest things that anyone has ever said about him. Not only talking me up to his audience, but unquestionably like, yeah, fuck it, I got your back. That's it, fuck it. Andrew says I'm a better debater than him. That's not true. There are certain topics that I could debate better than Andrew.
All right, I think I'm good. It's just Andrew Glazin. I'm okay. If there was anything in the last minute, somebody can tell me about it later. So somebody was saying that I should cut to an hour, cut an hour into the content, but I'll go ahead and do that in a minute. Let's go ahead and do an outro. So what do we think? I think that Rob has gotten too big for his britches. He, basically thinks that he's too good for the shitter panel scene. And you know what? It doesn't take much to be better than the shitter panel scene, right? A lot of people who are in the shitter panel scene, they don't even stream. If they do stream, it's very haphazard. If they do stream, it's only to like 2 to 4 viewers. And so it's easy to be like, oh yeah, well, I'm a big dog here. But I think what he forgets about the panel scene is that part of it is built on allowing shitters and having fun with shitters, fighting the good fight in the schizo mudslog drama. As an example, last night, I took an extreme amount of psychic damage fighting the Thorpes. I really did. But if in 2 weeks or 3 weeks they say, hey, we got another debate, let's go do this, and here's another schizo dumbass for you to talk to, I'm going to say yes, because that's part of the game. So what Rob is saying is that he doesn't like the game. He doesn't want to play the game. He's not interested in the game, and fuck everybody else. Well, I mean, I think I speak for a healthy chunk of people in the space who would say, well, if you're too big for it, then fuck you too. And you know what'll happen? You'll go into your fortress arc. Everybody will forget you exist for a year or two. And then you'll pop up in some random shitter drama where Andrew Wilson debates this person or that person. And it's an open panel. So Andrew Wilson fights this person. And then you jump in order to sweep for Rob or sweep for Andrew. And then that's how we'll remember that you exist. So going into a fortress arc, if I forgot 90% of the time that Vosh exists, and he's a 500,000 sub YouTuber who routinely breaks 100K, and 90% of the time I don't even think about Vosh anymore, then yeah, I'm going to forget that a 10K sub, 300 viewer, used to be debater person exists. So, it is what it is. Anyways, let's do a little bit of an intro. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps, and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican based off of values from about a decade ago, which makes me sad that MAGA is not really Republican or conservative anymore. But with that being said, I love online politics. I love debate. There is a debate between two friends who are both liberals. One of them is Hutch. One of them is Pondering Politics. They're both established creators. But what they're arguing about is whether or not they should pack the Supreme Court and whether or not they should play nice with conservatives. Apparently it gets quite spicy, so let's take a look at it.
No risks with the Supreme Court by thinking the Supreme Court is this sacrosanct institution that if we look at it the wrong way, it's going to cause, this massive political catastrophe for us. We're already on the cusp of political catastrophe because so many people, you included, think that it's like you're playing with dynamite.
You are.
Maybe we need to start taking.
Yeah, I would argue that we're in a very tenuous position. I'm actually with Hutch here.
Risks, bro.
But you are playing with dynamite if you do this.
You're frustrating me because you give me the impression of somebody who never wants to fight and who only wants to fight when we're 1 inch away from success, which isn't going to happen.
We're fighting right now, and I support it wholeheartedly, bro.
No, wait a minute.
I never want to fight.
Did I just say
the fight? I love the fight that we're doing right now.
I think if Schumer kicked the can down the road again, if he had done what he did in April, in 2 months, you would have been saying, yeah, that was the right move to make. To the extent that you support the fight, wait a minute.
That is not true. We talked about it.
You listen to me.
We talked about it on the podcast, bro. I told you they should pick this fight right now. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, buddy. I was trying to find you this poll. You mentioned something about
Story fight. Let's go.
Democrats being seen as more extreme. I have it bookmarked somewhere. It's a recent poll. Actually, it's starting to turn around. More Americans believe that the Republican Party finally is more extreme than the Democratic Party. I'm trying to find this poll for you.
Oh, thank God. It only took about 5 years of catch up.
Do you still have a cough?
Yeah, bro. It's
like a 3-week cough, man. That's crazy.
It's brutal.
Did you go to a doctor?
Yeah, whatever's going around right now, whatever that cold is that everybody's catching, I normally get sick for like 3 days. And I really was only sick for 3 days. It was not that bad. But the cough I've had has lasted like a week. So probably whatever bullshit Josiah caught is what I caught, is what my family caught.
I have. They gave me a steroid 2 days ago, and we're going to see where it goes. But
I would Minecraft myself if I had a cough for 3 weeks. That's
dude,
crazy.
It's atrocious. As a guy who doesn't vape or smoke or do anything else, and who talks, for a living, it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But real quick though,
well, first of all, that wouldn't surprise me. By the way, that makes sense. Like usually when there's a party in power, the public approval moves away from the party in power, and so it just kind of makes sense that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a poll for you. I have a bookmark
I
somewhere.
take it at you. I take you at your word. I don't have. Yeah.
No, I know, but it's I know you like to have that sort of stuff in your back pocket. But no, listen. As far as I'm concerned, like I haven't heard Pisco weigh in on this yet, but it's a big deal. This is a big fucking deal because all the, professional legal commentators that I follow, like Mark Elias, somebody mentioned Mark Elias on Twitter when I was freaking out about this. And like, hey, don't worry, we've got Mark Elias in our back pocket. And it's like, Mark Elias is the one freaking out about this. He did a video with Brian Tyler Cohen. He's like, it's probably not going to go our way. Yeah. And the Supreme Court's probably going to gut the VRA. Now, not a guarantee that.
Is this the Voting Rights Act? Is that what they're talking about? Because I do think that's worrisome about the potential cuts for the Voting Rights Act, because I think that I would have to take a look at it. But if I remember correctly, I think between like 20 and 30 Democratic seats would like evaporate overnight if the Voting Rights Act was repealed. And what's the Voting Rights Act summary? So, landmark 1965 law is one of the most successful civil rights measures in history, but the Supreme Court has eviscerated it. What is the Voting Rights Act of 1965? Regarding the legislature crown jewel of the civil rights era, the Voting Rights Act was enacted as a comprehensive tool meant to undo the political hold of Jim Crow policies in the South and related discriminatory structures nationwide. Congress adopted the law to ensure that the states followed the 15th Amendment's guarantees that the right to vote not be denied because of race. Law fundamentally opened political opportunities for Black and brown communities to participate in all sorts of political systems on an equal basis. Section 5 of the law requires jurisdictions with a history of discrimination to obtain approval from the DOJ or a court before changing voting rules, a process known as pre-clearance. Section 2 of the law allows people to sue, either on their own behalf or with assistance from the Justice Department, to undo existing laws and procedures that would deny equal political opportunity to voters to elect their candidates of choice. However, these protectors have been eroded by recent Supreme Court decisions. So I think there's something more to it than that, where I think it might come down to redistricting. SCOTUS, Voting Rights Act. Voting Rights Acts face a near-death experience at U.S. Supreme Court 8 hours ago. Let's hold on. I think it says, will it survive? Okay, let's take a look. Supreme Court has a muscular 6-3 conservative majority. Landmark law was passed in 1965. Having gutted one provision, court targets a second. Trump admin backing the VRA challenge. The VRA summary. The court is expected to rule in the coming months in a case on Wednesday concerning a map delineating U.S. House of Representatives districts in Louisiana. The conservative justices signaled they could undercut the law's Section 2, which bars voting maps that would result in a diluting of the voting power of minorities, even without direct proof of racist intent. In doing so, the court would not be striking down the VRA, but the question is what will be left of the law after the court issues its decision. If the court further weakens Section 2, states and localities, including those with long histories of discrimination, could be free to draw maps that systemically silence Black, Latino, Native American, and Asian voters. So I think they're effectively the argument is that the VRA aggressively forced states to draw. Have we talked about this? Can I show you guys this? I'm going to show you guys this real quick. Because I think Florida had one of the most insane voting districts in the country, but it was actually done for a good reason. Voting districts, Florida. So there was one. I forget what it is. But it might be the St. John's one. Fair districts, something. Where's the map? Well, if you can just look at, I just want to delineate the point real quick, okay? And I just want to show you this. So, as an example, this probably goes to Jacksonville, and let's just assume, for the sake of argument, okay, that this was Jacksonville, but Jacksonville was split in half, and this south side of Jacksonville had a predominantly black community, and then it went all the way down through a bunch of like rural areas, and then it incorporated a black community down here. And then as a result, they had a district, a voting district that typically went Democrat. The reason why this would be viewed as fair, even if geographically it doesn't make sense, is that what happens typically, if you don't have any concerns for racial or ethnic minorities, is that if you just drew this as a square, then Democrats lose in this city. If you drew this as a square down here, then Democrats lose in the city. Now, maybe they win someplace else, but effectively what you're doing is you're splitting the pro-Democratic vote to the point that Republicans are favored. And there's also ways to draw electoral maps in order to be favorable to you. So I think the fear is that if the Supreme Court nullifies the Voting Rights Act or nullifies one of its provisions, then Republicans, similar to the way that they're doing in Texas right now, is they're going to redraw maps to make sure that they have like a majority or a super majority. I think that's the concern.
That's going to happen, but it seems more likely than not. So it's not just me being a chicken little here. It's actually the people who do not just political commentary, but professional legal commentary and who wage these legal battles. Who are saying,
no. I've been aware of like I know how bad this is. Yeah.
Well, my point is, like, and this is where I was just curious because I couldn't quite remember.
Yeah, Gen X's 15 to 20 minority opportunity districts could be redrawn. Yeah, so basically 20 seats of the House could go to Republicans, and let's take a look at it right now. House of Representatives, what would you call it? Party split now. So it's 213 Democrats and it's 219 Republicans with 3 vacancies. Even if this isn't accurate, this is giving us an approximation, right? So imagine that the Democrats lose 20 seats and then you go to 190. You would go to like 193. And then presuming that those districts go to Republicans, that would be like 240. So 240 to 190. It would put Republicans in a really strong position.
Remember where you were on this, but we are 100% agreement that it's no longer optional. This court has to change, right? Like you recognize that not only can they kill a Democratic agenda, that's just a matter of fact, but they are now moving to potentially kill us from ever getting back into power. Like you agree that they are now the unavoidable obstacle in the long run, right?
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, of course.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page there. So now that we agree on that, it's just simply a matter of what do we do about it.
Cameron Mosley says, super late on this. Connor, what was your major? So I actually did a triple minor. It's called a interdisciplinary degree. And what it does is it allows you to take 3 minors and get them. So as a bachelor's. And so I started with business. I was going to be a business major, but then I got so bored, dude. Like intermediate business classes suck so much ass. So I just stopped caring about business. And then in order to get the interdisciplinary degree, I switched over to interdisciplinary and I did business, art, and history. So the art thing, I think I just really wanted to take like Photoshop and Adobe Premiere classes. So that's why I did the art. And then the history classes, I just love history. And then business I did because that's what I thought I was going to go into. But realistically, I just stopped caring halfway through school because it was so dry. It was so dry. They sucked all of the joy of like entrepreneurialism, business management, leadership, anything that could have been fun about business. They just sucked the joy right out of it. It was terrible. Taking all minors, that's the Epstein thing. All right, I'm going to get a granola bar. I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back. Quick shill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Let's have some fun.
With respect to campaign.
Yeah, it's a matter of strategy.
Yeah.
Did you? I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but like
I heard, and that's why I was jumping in while I was looking for this poll real quick. I'm not saying Democrats probably should start talking about it at some point, but my point is they should have been talking about it from the beginning. This kind of goes back to my longstanding frustration.
Like what? When you say beginning, what do you mean? Like when?
When they had power. This is something that, so when President Biden took office, he appointed a commission at the behest of a lot of people about Supreme Court reform. And it was one of the first commissions put out. They did their work, and he basically just said, we're going to disregard it. And then the Supreme Court came out with its immunity decision. And it finally got Biden to the point where even Biden, Mr. Institutionalist Biden, Mr. Just leave everything as it is Biden, was like, fuck, this is not what I expected. We need to have a constitutional amendment to get rid of presidential immunity, and we need to institute Supreme Court reform. We need to have term limits, things like that. So Biden was just wrong about Supreme Court reform. The progressives are right. He was dead wrong. And even he realized at the end, oh, fuck, this has gone much worse than I expected.
Well,
Democrats, well, no, he was wrong about this.
Well,
and my point is,
but wait, I want to push back, because when Biden was talking about, I think you're referring to the fact that he came out against court packing when he ran in 2020. I think that came up on a debate stage.
I think he opposed, if I remember correctly, any sort of substantive court reform.
What I want to push back on is the idea that it is entirely possible that internally he felt like court packing was necessary, but he understood that running on it would be extremely risky. Because if he,
then why did he come out with why did he come out?
Well, he was in power at that point. That's the difference, right? Like,
but he was in power for 4 years,
right? But I'm saying that like if you run, like if you're Joe Biden.
I'm gonna skip an hour. I'm gonna see if they start yelling at each other.
Your fingers and wiping it out. But I don't think it's a principled commitment to that. I think that they will get rid of what they think they need to get rid of in order to pass the shit they.
Who is Josiah, by the way? That's an important and really good question. So, Josiah, I want to give you the lore. Josiah was a shitter streamer just like me. Okay. 30 viewers, debating Twitch and YouTube politics, going to hang out with Destiny, all that kind of crap. And then he started doing Trump bad videos 3 times a day. And he fucking blew up. 700K subs, man. 676. Now, he's basically like a Brian Tyler Cohen content mill. So look at this. Like, Trump shoots at cops and military disaster. No idea what that is. That's probably going to be interesting. Trump confronted to his face, visibly humiliated. Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. Bill Maher bad, Carolyn Levitt bad, Trump bad, Carolyn Levitt bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. Now, you can say, damn, that's a lot of Trump bad. But at the same time, he's just churning these out 3 a day, 5 a day. And so as a result, 20K views, 100K views, 445, 110, 144, 755, 100K. And basically, man, I'm not going to tell the individual numbers, but this is tens of thousands of dollars per month. Tens of thousands of dollars. This dude is making fucking bank talking shit about Trump. So if I had to do this every single day, I would probably eventually eat a gun. So I couldn't do it. I couldn't do what Josiah does. However, I am proud of Josiah. I like Josiah. I think he's an astute enough and informed enough political commentator to take him seriously. But if I had to run the content mill, it would have to be something else. It would have to be like, Salma Hayek's hot. Salma Hayek's hot. Salma Hayek's hot. Penelope Cruz is kind of hot. I'm trying to make a crude joke. What's that? Anne Hathaway's hot. Anne Hathaway's hot. Anne Hathaway's hot. Salma Hayek's hot. That's the kind of content that I would have to do.
They care about most, and the thing they care about most, tax cuts and judges, they don't need to get rid of the filibuster, and the thing they did need to get rid of the filibuster for, judges, they already did.
Okay. Well, apart from the conversation about like all that. I think I'm having a bit of a Chuck Schumer moment here. I think that's where we're sort of.
You're aroused?
I am very aroused every time we speak. And I'm wearing I'm wearing gray sweatpants, so if I stood up, it would really.
Damn, Doobie, you're retiring already? I've been tempted to take a college course or two. Might do that after I retire this year. I went to a community college for like 2 to 3 months. Doobie, let me save you $1 gazillion unless you want to go to college for the college experience. Like, if you want to go to college to hang out with young minds who are learning things, that's cool. Go to college. But if you want to get like cool shit to know at the college level, but you don't want to drop the cash and literally just go to Audible. I was talking about this earlier, and do the great courses. Look, they have like an English lit one, building great sentences, how music and mathematics relate, the story of medieval England, the New Testament, the everyday guide to wines in France, the art of storytelling. And so the only reason why I bring this up is, number one, so you save your retirement cash and you do it as a super chat instead. But also because I did the Great Courses history classes. I didn't do all of them, history courses. But effectively what they do is they get professors from like high-level universities, and they do their entire semester lecture. There's no homework, obviously. But, you know, you basically get a college level course lecture for the price of whatever your Audible membership is. It's fucking awesome. This is one I did. Greece and Rome, an integrated history of the ancient Mediterranean. This is one that I actually read. There's a few other ones that I did. Like I did Africa. I did like West Africa prior to colonization. I did Greece and Rome, a combined history. I think I did medieval Europe. I think I did the Byzantine Empire. I did all sorts of crazy shit with this. I love the Great Courses series, and they are not paying me. I'm just shilling them because I think they have a good product.
The show, but
you knocked the fucking table over. I understand.
But I think I'm having a Chucky Schumer moment here because you know, the case that he made back in, I think, March for not picking that fight right then was that basically the Democrats just didn't have enough or really any leverage in that moment to like pick a fight over like an unpopular like issue. And, you know, his logic was he wanted to wait until now to pick that fight when Donald Trump's popular support will have cratered and he would be in
he acknowledged. I don't think that's quite right. He acknowledged they had leverage. He just felt that two things: Trump was not that sweet spot where he felt that he could be even more popular, and the leverage down the road.
Well, that's what I mean by leverage. I mean, like he had institutional leverage in that they did have the power to block, but he's saying like in terms of the leverage during the negotiations, they did.
See, look at this. Grafton says, dude, my mom sends me Pondering Politics every day. And I go, yeah, I knew him when he had 120 subs and was a random panel shitter. Yeah, man. It's funny seeing his blow up. So far, he's the same guy. I hung out with him in Milwaukee. And he was the same guy compared to when he was like a Twitch and YouTube political shitter.
Didn't really have.
I actually kept this. The metrics are not that great, but I kept this video out of a sense of nostalgia. If you go to Counterpoints Politics on the channel, it's 2 years old now. It's so funny considering how big he is now to look back at this. But there's 2 videos before we changed thumbnails. Where is it? It's in here. Right here, dude. Look at this. Two streams with Ruminate. Pondering Politics before he was Pondering Politics. We talked for 4.5 hours. Jesus Christ. But 366 views, 300 views 2 years ago. And this was before Pondering Politics was Pondering Politics. I fucking love it.
strong leverage. Like Donald Trump was still on a bit of the honeymoon period, and the Democrats were in a really rough spot. And to be honest with you, I think old Chucky boy was a bit vindicated. I think he was right. Like I think I'm
not surprised that you think that at all.
But I think the fact that they didn't pick that fight then strengthens their position now.
Hey,
you understand?
it's not exclusive. They could have picked both fights, quite frankly. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, it's about.
I think he was right about that, because when you look at the situation now, I think they are in a stronger position because they didn't just like swing for the fences right away. And I think like that's all I'm suggesting here. I'm just suggesting that you need to pick your spots. You need to.
How do you think he's been vindicated? That's where I'm confused, because it's not like it's mutually exclusive. You either use this leverage in March or April or whenever.
I mean, he was just right. Like he was right that that Donald Trump's popularity will have plummeted by fall and would give them more leverage in a negotiation. He was just right about that objectively.
Well, Doobie says, I kind of want to get a degree just so my son can't use the "but you didn't go to college and you're fine" line with me. Listen, Doobie, as a parent, that's like a real concern. But what I'm going to do when my oldest boy is really personable, really smart, really kind, can make really good friends really fast. He's just a good kid. And so he's always like, yeah, I want to be a streamer. Yeah, I want to be a YouTuber. And I think when he turns 13, I think we're going to have a serious talk between me, him, and the wife. And we're going to be like, okay, you could do this as like a summer job. And I'm going to help you like figure out the editing software. I'm going to teach you how to set up a stream. We're going to do lighting, this, that, the other. But here's all these negative things like the doxing and the harassment and the online bullying and the this and the that. And people are going to, tell you to kill yourself and blah, 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 blah. I think we're going to have like a really, really, really serious conversation of all the risks of social media. But it's kind of hard for me to say, oh, son, you need to get a real job. You need to do this, that, the other, when basically like through you guys, like I seriously parasocially love you for it. Even with 100 to 200, live viewers and also just putting out like Warhammer content, I've been able to make a living on the internet. It's hard to think that you're going to be able to argue a teenager away from that. So yeah, I'm battling that out in my own head.
No, I don't think anyone contested the idea that Trump's approval rating was likely to be lower as time went on.
You didn't know. Wait, hang on. I don't know. I feel like we were having conversations on Live and Learn about like, I don't know if he's going to be more popular this time around. I really don't know.
Well, no, we didn't know if he was going to be more popular this time around, but I think we all agreed that on the.
Well, Christian Blaris, if we were smart, okay, what we would do, because half of this is if we were smart. If we were smart, I would watch like a 2-hour stream VOD, hang out with you guys, break it down and all that kind of stuff. But what I would do is I would take notes on a super fast script, summarizing the entire drama or whatever we were researching. And then the way that Josiah does it is he does a live extemporaneous breakdown. And then he just switches between a few scenes where he has the media all set up that he wants to watch. And so he tries to do it all extemporaneous, one shot, flipping through the media. And then he will redo the take half a dozen times if he flubs a line. Whereas I think that's quite inefficient. What I would do is, let's say that we really wanted to turn on the money machine. What I would do is I would keep live streaming like I'm doing right now. But at the 2-hour mark, I would basically stop the stream. I would do a 10 to 15 minute extemporaneous rant about Trump bad or Destiny bad or Doobie bad or whatever. And then I would clip that and then turn that into like the short form 10 to 20 minute, posting 2 to 3 times a day content. And, but that would require a little bit more back end than I have right now. And I kind of like what I'm doing right now anyway. So it's kind of hard to like volunteer to do that style of like 10 to 20 minute Trump bad content when realistically, like I have fun doing what I'm doing right now. Bills are paid and the channel is growing. So it's kind of hard to volunteer. Maybe in the future, if we really want to turn on the money machine, maybe we should do that.
Again, on the balance of probability with Trump, and really with most presidents, as time goes on, they become less popular. I don't think that was the sticking point with Schumer. With Schumer, that wasn't what people disagreed over. The idea that we have to wait until Trump is even less popular than he is now. I mean, yeah, again, fuck it. Just keep doing continuing resolutions, and then wait another year. He's probably going to be more popular in a year than he is now, right? That was kind of the point.
If he's talking about Trump, that better not be fucking true, man. That better not be true. And if it is, like, I'm just going to say it. I think the Democrats are fucked. If Trump is more popular in a year, if the economy is doing okay, I think Democrats are probably pretty fucked.
It's like this idea of, no, we need to wait. Okay. Till when? Till he's less popular. Okay. Well, why now in October?
Position because he's less popular.
Yeah, but he might be popular next October 2026.
I mean, unlikely.
You don't think so?
Unlikely. I mean, presidents usually don't turn their popularity around. I mean, like Obama and Clinton did, but they're
no. I'm saying he.
Thank you, Hutch. Thank you. I needed a dose of sanity.
But he might be. Wait, maybe I misspoke. I'm saying he's probably going to be less popular in October 2026 than he is right now.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, probably maybe a few points. I don't know what his total basement is, but I would suspect.
But that's my point.
Weld QC John perfectly summarizes it. Josiah and Dean Withers are at war over the divorced middle-aged white women demographic. Dude, you know, that's what they said about Midas. Like, I don't want to talk out of school, but they were like, hey, man, you know who watches us? And I was like, I don't know. And they told me the demos. And the demos are like, it's a lot of females, man. Like, it's surprising amount of females.
Point is, it wasn't this idea of like, okay, Trump is going to be less popular as time goes on. It was your base wants a fight now. They want to fight now. They want to see that you've got teeth now.
It's not just
and
about
there's
the
nothing
base.
about and there's nothing.
It's not just about the base, though. It's not just about the base. Like when you're talking about like leverage in a budget fight, you know, that resulted in a government shutdown. You know, the center is just as important as your own base. Like if the center perceives the Democratic Party as overreaching after
AKA Badasoy says, Josiah has repeatedly said he does think conservatives should be allowed to vote if he had his way. I think you meant doesn't think conservatives should be able to vote. But you have to understand, like, Josiah, I think Josiah is traumatized. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm not trying to be any of that kind of shit. But I think that the way that I kind of got invested in the Kamala campaign, where I was like, if Trump wins, this is actually going to suck. Like, all this terrible shit is going to happen. This is going to be bad. I think when you're kind of politically unaligned and you're just kind of throwing rocks from the sidelines, it's easy not to get emotionally wrapped up into politics. And so as a result, you just kind of go, oh yeah, they're all assholes. And that's kind of the way that you vibe on it. I think when you're in the trenches actively pushing for an electoral result and you come up short, and of course, like no individual in the United States is going to be determinative of an election. But when you know that you worked your ass off, people around you worked your ass off, you thought that you picked the right messaging, you thought that you fought the battles as well as you could, and you come up short, it's a super, super bitter pill. And so I'm not surprised that Josiah is kind of like bitter about, the electoral results of 24, because not only did, I would say, every negative prediction about what Trump was going to do, not only has that come true, in some ways it's kind of been worse than predicted. So if, I'm kind of like a conflicted Democratic voter, meaning that I viewed them as the lesser of two evils in reference to MAGA, which is why I pulled the trigger for the Democrats. Josiah is all in on the Democrats. He thinks they're fucking good. He thinks that they're, not only are they the lesser of two evils, they're the clear good. So I think that could be particularly infuriating.
Pretty brutal election for them, then that reduces their leverage in a negotiation. But the fact that like even the center right now, is backing Democrats at a higher level than they are Trump, and they're blaming Trump more. That stuff really matters. Like Pelosi was on a Sunday show, I think she did an interview and she was talking about the importance of just like public opinion and how that really influences these kinds of negotiations. And I think she's right.
Jesus.
I think she's right. Like, and the more that Donald Trump leans into the unhinged shit and fires thousands of federal workers, and he's just going to make his position even weaker as they go on. The Democrats are just.
Sorry, I was gonna let that sleeping dog lie as far as Doobie lore goes. Doobie said that his father said that if he didn't pay attention in school, he was gonna, lose out so hard. And so Doobie slept with a summer school teacher in order to graduate high school. And then Rob responds, "Did you bring enough summer school teachers for the rest of the class?" Oh shit.
Looking stronger and stronger in this fight right now. And
I think Josiah is less soy than Dean. Gen X says, if I had to choose, I would choose Josiah over Dean. Yeah, I think Josiah is less soy for sure.
I understand all of that. I agree with all of that. And I would probably agree with you that if it's like, okay, we only get to play this card once, do we play it while he's at the peak of his popularity or far from the nation?
Wait, Christian, I want to ask you. So having fun is great, but you already got the formula to continue this lull. So hold on. Do you think that I should suck it up and do the 15 minutes? Because you understand effectively what that means is, because I love doing the stream and I love keeping internal momentum. But what would have happened is, let's say that we got done with the Rob Noerr shtick, okay? What we would do is we would leave the Rob Noerr thing, we would leave the VOD up, probably, starting out. And then we would just let the VOD be the VOD and Super Chats would be the primary revenue on the VOD. And then what I would do is I would do a 10 to 15 minute summary. So that means that you guys would be stuck there for 10 to 15 minutes where I would have like bullet points, but I would do an extemporaneous rant. And I would be like, this is Rob Noerr. He's a piece of shit for this reason, blah, 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 blah. Here's the talking points that were absurd, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I would do that for like a 5 to 15 minute extemporaneous rant. And then what I would do is, instead of giving Danabo, because Danabo is my editor who's doing all the chop and drops right now, instead of giving him the VOD timestamps, I would give him the 15-minute extemporaneous rant timestamps. And then we would probably just throw on a decent thumbnail for it. And then what I would probably do is I would have 2 channels. I would probably still have a VOD channel where we split up the VODs, but then I would also have a channel where I was just doing the 15-minute rants. So, I mean, if you think that's a good idea and you're, kind of an Oiler, I don't want to be reliant on the generosity of Oilers in perpetuity. I don't want you guys to be working your fucking dicks off and throwing me a few $100 every single day. I do appreciate it, but I want it to be like a more, if I could get to the point where I had enough ad revenue that I didn't even need Super Chats, that would be fucking dope, because that would kind of take the pressure off of everybody. So, I mean, I would think about that. I would think about doing that for sure, especially if Grassroots thought it was a good idea. If you thought it was a good idea, shit. If Doobie thought it was a good idea, I would probably consider it more aggressively.
Of his unpopularity, or do we wait until he's less popular? Then I would agree with you, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
But it would have made this fight more difficult. I think if you already put out this perception that you're overstepping and you're abusing procedure or whatever, if that's how and that would have been the risk of doing it back then, of just like, really, you guys are going to do this right now in the first month. I think it makes this moment a lot more tenuous. People would be like, oh, are they overstepping again? Right. But because they didn't do that, because they chose to pick their fights and wait for the better opportunity, then they have an advantage right now. That advantage might not be here if Schumer would have picked that fight back then.
Maybe not, but maybe not. Again, we don't know, but again, I just don't see this as vindication for Schumer, precisely because we don't know what would have happened if he had played this card back in, again, March or April or whenever it was, and here, or one or the other. Like, we just don't know. That's the point. And the other.
Dan, you guys are saying Josiah was a Tim Pool contrarian? That's hilarious. I didn't even know that bit of lore. That's crazy.
Other thing I'll say is, can't we just extrapolate this logic to any sort of counterfactual? Democrats are vindicated no matter what, because hey, it's bad now or it's successful now, and we don't know if it could have been worse or more successful if we played it differently.
What fight did you want? I mean, what would you have wanted to pick a fight about last time?
Can you just address that? Can you just address that part first? About how do you...
Tristan says, my daughter survived only a 2-liter needle this time, but now she's asking me when the proletariat will rise up against the capitalists. Is this normal? Yeah, that's a common vaccine injury, is communism.
How do you make a determination that the Democrats made a mistake or that they weren't vindicated whenever they do anything?
Well, I think the most important metric right now, while they're out of power, is public approval. Like it's like what the voters themselves think. That's how I would gauge that kind of thing. Because what else are you? I don't know how else you would gauge success.
Okay, looks like Grassroots is kind of endorsing the 10 to 15 minute rant. You guys just have to understand. Kaiser Chase says I should do it too. Okay, you guys just have to understand that what you're telling me to do is to do a 2-hour debate review and then do an outline for a 10 to 15 minute yap and then do a 10 to 15 minute yap. That's what you're saying. So I just want you to know what you're signing up for. Well, QC says, Danabo is your editor, the same editor that allowed the controversial Hippy Dippy championship vote? Yes, that's my Danabo. That's my Danabo.
But we don't have an apples to apples comparison, right? Because he didn't do this back in April. So it's not like we can compare approval for the shutdown, disapproval for the shutdown in March versus now, right? We have nothing to compare to.
Well, what did you want him to shut the government down for back in March? Doge cuts? Is that really what we were talking about? Like,
yeah, and Doge was wildly unpopular. Excuse me, at the time.
In March?
It could have been, but it was also, I think, now I'm getting my timeline confused. Wasn't there a? When was the one big?
Okay, well, I think this one was kind of a bust just because we didn't really find like the spiciness, but that's okay. That's okay. I have to go pick up medicine from the VA for myself because I'm an old bastard. In reference to this content, if I was trying to summarize it, it seems like we got more in the intro than we necessarily got through the content. But it seems like Josiah is arguing that the Democrats need to be more extreme and that the gloves are already off, so don't be such a pussy. Which, like, I understand the sentiment, but I don't know if packing the court is going to be that great of an idea. I think that you know, the clip, at least the clip opening, was Hutch was like, yeah, I think we are playing with dynamite. So let's be careful when we're playing with dynamite. And so I just agree with Hutch. Connor Vyvanse arc, no, still just duloxetine and Nexium. But, you know, I was thinking about it. You know, you guys said do the beta blockers or something, which is something that's supposed to like prevent you from having like adrenaline attacks. Like when you have anxiety, like beta blockers make it so you can't have adrenaline. But what's so funny about that is hydroxyzine has been doing that for me in debates. And I feel like it's way less like risky, I suppose. Vyvanse, I think is like, I would be playing with fire. And I don't think I need anything else that fucks with my heart. Christian Blair says, I said create news content from a never Trump perspective, like pondering get you as many anti-Trump wine moms as him. Okay, well, we'll see. No Vyvanse for me, just the duloxetine. Seemed like a terrible one for Cuomo. Oh, what, the debate? Yeah, maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Good chat content. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Tristan. Doobie says, I don't know what the dude is still considered a serious politician. What, Cuomo or Mandami? Yeah, I love chatting, but most people won't watch a 2-hour video. I agree. So I think what I would do, I had a YouTube email that was already set up with last time on counterpoints or last time on counterfire. And so I would probably create that domain, and I would just use that to post the 2-hour VODs, and then I would do the 15 minuters. But let's talk about it a little bit more. You know, I'm going to go out to the woods. I'll meditate. I'll talk to God. You know, I'll see if 15-minute Trump ad content is the way that I want to go. We'll see. It seems like the general consensus in chat is that I'm just leaving money on the table. That kind of seems like the general consensus in chat, at least from Christian and Grassroots. But anyways, I'm going to shout out the people who did donate today. Thank you, Malevolent Vet, Tezzy, Gen X, Grassroots, Wikiditron, Gen X again, Grassroots. Thank you kindly for your financial support. I am going to run just because I do need to pick up my meds before the rest of the day. I parasocially love you. Go enjoy your... Grassroots says, cardio is when the heart goes fast. No Vyvanse. Reject modernity. Embrace tradition. Have a cigarette. Yeah. All right. I parasocially love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.